Educational content. YouTube may allow kinds of violent or graphic content noted above in some cases in educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic content. This is not a pass to upload content meant to shock or disgust or encourage others to commit violent physical sexual assault. For educational content containing this kind of violent or graphic content noted above, this content must appear in the images or audio of the video itself. Providing it in the title or description is insufficient. Welcome to True Crime and Celebrity News. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel, and if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving my videos a thumbs up.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody today? I forgot to put my Valentine's thing back up. Because we all know that crime friends are better than boyfriends. Welcome in, true crime friends. Today is January 29th. It is 10:38 in the morning. I guess I'm late. I guess I don't remember what time I set the live for. I thought I set it for like 11 or something. But how is everybody today? I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. And the weather seems like it has calmed down on the East Coast. Everybody doing good. Everybody getting to work and getting out, getting groceries and stuff. I hope so. So today we're back on day 9 of the Brendan Banfield A Pair Love Triangle Murder Trial. So they're at their break. And I've got to give more commentary for my channel. So I decided I am writing a script for a case that's way old, like the early 1900s. It's an unsolved case. It's from the Brooklyn, New Brunswick area. It involves a priest and the choir. A choir lady. Edward Wheeler Hall and Eleanor Reinhardt Mills. So I'm writing the script on that, and will be probably Saturday. I will record it and edit it, and maybe have it out Sunday or Monday. I'm thinking uploading at least twice a week. I'm not trying to make these videos real long. The longer they are, longer they take to upload. So, and the more I have to talk. So, I'm trying to keep it at about 30 minutes, and put in what I'm looking for is their names, where they were born, where they were raised, how their family life was for each person. And then I'll get into the story of what happened, and then the conclusion of the case, and then maybe my opinion on what I feel happened. And we'll see how that goes. So I do have somewhat of an idea on how I want my videos to go. And that's typically how the true crime people do it, is they start out with the victims and their early life, find what they can, pictures, and then get into the actual crime itself. And then if there's a conclusion, they'll do that. So, but it's hard for me to talk when I'm just getting over this cold or, well, I had the influenza. Or fuck, it could have been COVID too. Who knows? Who knows what I had? So that's what I'm doing. That's what I was doing this morning, writing up a script, writing up the parts, and then I got to put it all together. So I'm hoping it works out for me because I really want my channel to, be successful. I'm not quite sure what I have to do to get it monetized. I guess maybe I jumped the gun too fast. But people do court hearings all the time and they get monetized. So I'm not understanding what's wrong with my channel. I do put commentary in there. I mean, I'm talking all the time. So I guess I don't understand. But I'll figure it out, y'all. I'll figure it out before I even try to monetize myself again, because I think you only get a couple chances and then you can't do it at all. So I'll figure it out. It said that I was using reused material. So does half of YouTube. So I guess I don't understand. I try to put as much commentary in as I can. So what do we feel about Brendan and his story? I was listening to some of it while I was just kind of waiting here. I was just relaxing my mind. Just relaxing my mind before I start the live. Oh, I forgot to finish my thing. Just give me a second, y'all. Just give me a second. Okay, I did it. Thank you for being here. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. So don't forget, I will be cutting in very often to make it fair use. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to figure it out. It says I can delete all the videos, but I don't want to do that yet. That's a lot of videos. That's a lot of work, even though they're pre-made for me. This is still a lot of work. I have to make the thumbnail. I have to, come up with something to say when I am giving commentary. So, I mean, it's not like I don't put in the work. I mean, there are videos that I have made that I've done myself and edited them myself for my shorts. So, and I think that's where the problem lies, is the shorts. But I don't know. This lady said she was going to help me, but she never showed up yesterday. So that's okay. I've done everything myself, and I will continue to do it myself. So I guess I don't need anyone's help. I guess I don't know what I do to upset people, but apparently it's a lot. So I'll get the live going here. So please like, share, and subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed. And I'm going to put the link to the Verdict Watch. Please go over to Facebook if you have Facebook. I'll be posting the Verdict Watch. So go over there and ask to join. Great group of people. We talk about trials. They do the polls. Sometimes there's funny things going on, but mostly we like to keep it to just the trials. No politics and nothing like that. So if you are into all that and you want to join, here's the link. Go on over. We'll be happy to have you at the Long Crime, not Long Crime, but the Verdict Watch. The Verdict Watch. There you go. There's the link. Please go on over and join. You'll have fun, I promise. Okay, here we go. Let's get this day started with Mr. Brendan. Oh, maybe you guys want to see it too, right? Ah, there we go. It should be coming up anytime. Any moment. But Brendan is on the stand. And he is so apparently yesterday when he was testifying, there was somebody that was listening or somewhere and heard his testimony and talked to the prosecutor.
The Honorable Penny Asteroid presiding. Please be seated and come to order.
Good morning. Swear affirm to accurately take proceedings in this case for the possibility on a penalty of law. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury? Yes.
You had one too, yes?
Yes.
You go first. Yours is shorter.
Judge, there were objections to exhibits 10 and 16 because the Commonwealth indicated that there was more than the 2 pages that were there.
Okay,
So
all right.
found those.
We've taken care of that.
We're in agreement, yes.
So 10 and 16 are admitted into evidence. Okay.
And I have the updated versions, Judge, which we can put on the
Okay. That's fine.
exhibits. At
If
the end
you
of the
just
day.
get those to me, close the business today, we'll have 10 and 16 in evidence. Okay?
And that would be,
Okay, Your Honor, we are requesting permission to add an individual to our witness list for rebuttal. Given the defendant's testimony yesterday, we were approached by a witness who indicated that they had specific information that was contrary to something the defendant testified to. This is a surprise to the Commonwealth. We were not obviously aware of what the defendant was going to say yesterday, and this witness was not one who we had this information from in the past. So we are asking to add T. Patrick Smith to our witness list for rebuttal.
Steve Patrick Smith?
Letter T, Patrick Smith.
Gotcha. All right, yes, sir?
I haven't seen anything about this, Judge, so I would like to see if there's any sort of investigatory report as to who this person was or what the basis of it is.
Okay, I mean, you can talk to Ms. Sands at a break. You can,
I can tell the court now, I can tell Mr. Carroll later, however the court would prefer.
What would you like?
We can have a break and talk about it.
Okay, that's fine. It's a rebuttal witness, so I'm not going to have an objection to it, but you can get the information that you need.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, anything further?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Mr. Banfield, if you want to go ahead and take the stand. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just can't.
What I was asking was if he could have a bottle of water, but it looks as though the deputy's already taken care of that.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right. Your next question, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banfield, we left off, and I had asked you the question on February 24th, 2023, had you touched anyone's devices other than yours?
No, I have not.
And had you specifically touched the laptop that you know was Christine's laptop that she used for work?
No, I did not.
Or her phone?
No, I didn't touch either the laptop or the phone.
No, we were speaking about February 24th, 2023 at the time that we broke for the night last night. One of the things that I wanted to get into, and it will require us to go back, Juliana Perez Magalhaes was your au pair, correct?
Yes.
And she worked through a company, correct?
Yes.
And what were the limitations in terms of what she could do in terms of work, and how long could she stay?
In general, she could work, I believe, 45 hours a week. Her term for how long she could stay, she had a contract with us for a year.
Okay. And at the time that you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you and she started a relationship, had she wanted to extend at that point?
She had already extended her visa for a second year. So I believe it was October of 21 that she came for her first year, and she extended for a second year, which would have gone to October of 23, even though she had not indicated anything about extending further.
Okay.
And she couldn't be extended further as an au pair at that point, is my understanding.
But when she first came, she was, how long was she supposed to be staying?
1 year.
Okay. And there came a time where she requested to extend. When did that happen in terms of the time frame we're talking about?
Maybe that summer, that summer prior to, that summer of 22.
22. Okay. Would that have been prior to the two of you, your relationship changing?
I believe that had been discussed prior to that, but I don't know that decisions were made.
Okay. Now, as part of her cultural care obligations or your obligations, what did you have to do on your side to assist her?
I didn't do anything to assist her. Christine was the one that handled all the cultural care forms, payments.
Okay.
Whether or not to extend her. I didn't do anything with that process, really.
Okay. And so that was pretty much mainly Christine, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that she had all the contact with, I don't know the exact title, but the person that manages the au pairs.
Okay. Well, then, if she had done that, then I won't ask you any further questions about that. Now, we were previously talking about February 24th, 2023. And I think you had described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you had come back from the McDonald's, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived back from the McDonald's, who did you see there?
Valerie and Juliana were at my white Ford Fusion vehicle. They were parked in the cul-de-sac, kind of in front of my neighbor's house, just outside my driveway.
And do you recall, was the car running? Were they in the car? Were they out of the car?
They were in the car at that point. I don't recall if it was running. It's a hybrid, so you don't necessarily hear the engine when it's kind of in idle.
Okay. And when you approached Juliana, what, if anything, did you do?
I asked her if the person just went into the house. That was a question from previously, and she had indicated yes.
Okay. And was there a specific, at that point, did you know how the person got into the house?
I knew that they got into the house through the front door, but I didn't know more than that. It sounded to me at that point that they just went into the house without delay, I guess.
Okay. In terms of what you were told by others?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you do at that point?
I told Juliana to stay at the car.
Okay. And what about regard to Valerie?
I didn't address Valerie specifically, but they were in the car, and I had just told Juliana specifically to stay at the car.
In doing that, was it your intent that she would stay with Valerie?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, after you told her that, what did you do?
I walked partially down my driveway. My driveway is kind of a little bit long because it splits between me and my neighbor's driveway. And this was so that I could see a little bit better of what was going on. And this is when I saw a silver Jeep in the driveway, and that my front door was closed.
Now, so at this point, knowing what you know at the point that you saw the silver Jeep, how did that make you feel? And what were you concerned about at that point?
I guess it made me very anxious. I didn't know what was going on. I had concerns that this was going to be an affair, but I didn't know really I didn't really know what was going on at that point.
Okay. Did you think to call 911 at that point?
I didn't think that, it wasn't on my mind at this point that this was some type of violent or threatening encounter.
Okay. So what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I didn't continue going down the driveway. I basically made a right, which would be over the grass of my property, and headed towards my back fence.
Okay. Now, but you were closer to the front door, is that correct?
Yes, I was closer to the front door at that point.
Okay. Why didn't you go through the front door?
My front door has a electronic door lock. You would enter a code in order to gain access to the door, and every button that you push makes a beeping noise, and then the deadbolt makes a mechanical noise as it unlocks. It makes quite a bit of noise, and I didn't want all of that noise.
And what was your concern if there was going to be noise in the front area of your house?
I didn't know what was going on, if there was an affair going on. I didn't want to alert it at that point. I also thought about just getting the lunches for Valerie and Juliana that they were missing and leaving. That was also a thought.
Okay. Now, you're talking about the lunches. Why do you say that?
Juliana had informed me that she did not bring the lunches that she was going to take to the zoo for her and Juliana, as for her and Valerie.
Okay. And moving forward, did you ultimately find those lunches in the refrigerator?
Yes, they were in I believe the upper left of the refrigerator.
Okay. So if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, give them an idea of, from the front door, and I think it shows in some of the body worn camera, but if you could explain it, the front door and the noise from the front door was a concern to you. Why, based on the layout of the house?
So the front door kind of leads to the foyer. The foyer is 2 levels and goes to basically echoes right to the top of the stairs. The stairs are immediately to the right of the front door, and then if you were to go up the stairs, the hallway is open to the foyer.
And is it easy to hear what happens at the front door?
Basically, everywhere on the main level can hear when the front door beeps and unlocks.
Okay, so we left off where you were going around the back to the backyard.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do at that point?
I unlocked my back gate. There's a carabiner latch on there to make sure that the dog does not unlatch it. So I unlatched that carabiner and reclosed the gate, and then headed around back to my back basement door.
Okay, and did you access the house?
Yes, I unlocked the door, and while I was unlocking the door, my dog was in the basement, which is unusual, as the basement has a door that's pretty much always closed. So my dog really doesn't have access to the basement normally, and she was jumping up and down at the back door when I was going down there.
Now, let's just talk about the locked door from the back where you came in. How did you access that?
with my key.
Okay. And in general, were your doors locked when you left the house?
Yes.
Okay. Was that something that you took care to make sure of?
And the basement door wasn't used too frequently, so it remained locked almost all the time. Sometimes the back door by the deck, sometimes that would be forgotten to be unlocked because that's the door that we let the dog in and out of 20 times a day.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So you were in the basement and you were there with your dog. What's your dog's name?
Lily.
And what, if anything, did you notice about Lily's behavior when you went into the basement?
Lily was kind of frantic is how I would describe it. She's normally pretty calm when members of the family come home. She'll just normally greet you and go about her business. She's not a young dog, but she was jumping up and down, and as it went in, she was spinning in circles and whining and I guess kind of chattering. She doesn't really bark. She kind of howls and moans and growls in terms of her communication.
Okay. And was she doing those things?
Yes.
And I think you indicated that there was a gate between the basement and the upstairs. Is that correct?
Well, when I mentioned the gate, I meant the gate to the backyard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But when I entered the basement, there was also a baby gate, but we used the gate for the dog, but not really all the time. The gate was blocking the stairs to go upstairs. The gate is, sometimes we would use it outside at the back deck to prevent the dog from going downstairs if it was particularly muddy out, or sometimes when some of the older members of our family were at the house, we would block the stairs going upstairs so that Lily would not bump into some of the older members of our family that aren't as stable. But the gate wasn't generally in use. The gate was usually in my garage, where I really would have access to the main floor of the house and the upstairs of the house generally.
And there's a dog bed in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
Would Lily have access to that part of the house?
Yes, Lily would have access to my bedroom generally at all points. She would generally sleep in my room.
Okay. Now, and likewise, would she have access to what was Juliana's room and Valerie's room and all the other rooms?
She didn't really have access to Juliana's room because Juliana kept her door closed all the time. She did have access to Valerie's room, but she didn't tend to go into Valerie's room unless someone else was also in Valerie's room.
Okay. Now, so you're in the basement, and what happened next?
As I was opening the basement door, I kind of, shooed Lily inside. She was kind of in the way of me going inside. But I saw that Juliana and Valerie were coming down the brick path, maybe 20, 30 feet away, after I had opened the door, and Juliana was carrying Valerie, and had followed me.
And after your last discussion with Juliana, had you communicated with her in any way to come down to the house?
I never told her to come down to the house.
Okay. So your previous statement of stay in the car was still standing, I guess?
I believe that it was. I didn't after that was how I ended my conversation with her, was for her to stay in the car.
Okay, so when they got to the basement, what, if anything, did you do?
I allowed them access to the basement. I had the door, I guess, partially open for them. And then as they came in, I closed the door behind them.
Okay, and did you indicate to Juliana and Valerie anything relating to where they should stay?
We had a conversation in the basement. Again, I had searched the basement a little bit, and there's mainly one large room in the basement. There's also a bedroom, but in the large room where the couches are and the TV is, and there was workout equipment in there at that point. I looked around that room for a little bit and didn't see anybody. Very short time.
But why were you looking around the basement?
Well, I thought that there was somebody in the house, but I didn't know where that person was.
Okay. And so in terms of your search of the basement, did you do it like a law enforcement officer?
I would say that it was a quick search. The lights were off in the basement when I arrived, and I didn't hear any people or movement in the basement other than ourselves and the dog. So
Okay.
I wouldn't say, I didn't go into like the bedroom closet in the basement or check behind the shower curtain. I didn't do things like that in terms of a search. So, but I did, I guess, walk the main room. There wasn't anyone by the couches. There wasn't anyone by my desk, things like that.
Okay, and were those all in the open area?
Wow, he's really got quite the story, I'll tell you. I can't wait to hear what this new witness has got to say about all this. Wow, 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 wow. This is wild. Oh my God. How could he even speak of his wife? I've never heard through this whole trial that they had an open marriage. Did anyone else hear that they had an open marriage? I never, unless I skipped that day. But I'm pretty sure I've got all 9 days. And I'm here and I'm listening. I guess maybe I just didn't hear it. All right, here we go.
Area?
Yes.
And did you look into any of the other areas? I mean, other
I
than
did open the bedroom door that's in the basement, and I also didn't observe anyone there.
Okay, so whatever concern that caused you to do that you didn't have that any further, correct?
I did not have further concern that there was someone else in the basement that shouldn't be there.
Okay, so what, if anything, did you do next? And frankly, what instructions did you have for Juliana and Valerie?
So I instructed Juliana, well, actually, Valerie looked nervous. She was kind of wide-eyed looking at me, and I knelt down to her, and I told her to stay there with Juliana, and she said, "Okay, Daddy."
And so at that point, when you were in the basement, was there anything that caused your concern level to change from when you previously testified that you were outside?
It bothered me that the dog was in the basement, as she's not normally there, but I guess I was glad that she was in the basement at that point, with Juliana and Valerie. Valerie loves Lily a lot and spends quite a lot of time with her. But it was also weird going back to Lily, it was also weird that Lily's food bowl was in the basement, and it was spilled all over the floor. I think that also shows that Lily was in a bit of a frantic state.
And so where would Lily normally eat her food?
Her dog bowl is always in the living room. Sorry, excuse me. Her dog bowl is always in the dining room, where there's mats, placemats for the dog on the floor, and that's where her water and food bowl are.
So the basement level is the lower level, correct?
Yes.
Where would that level that you're saying where Lily normally eats be?
That would be on the main level of the house, where the living room, kitchen, dining room is.
Okay, and as you walk up the stairs from the basement, can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some indication as to what direction you would go to find that?
So if you go up the basement stairs, there's a door that would need to be opened. Facing away from the basement stairs to the left would be the stairs to go up. Kind of directly in front of you would be a half bathroom. Slightly to the right would be I guess, a very, very short hallway, only a couple feet. To the right would lead to the living room, to the left. So walking down that very, very short hallway, to the right would be the living room, to the left would be the kitchen, and through the hallway, through the doorway of the kitchen would be, the dining room where Lily's food bowl would be.
At some point, did you leave the basement?
Yes, after I spoke to Juliana and Valerie, I stepped over the dog gate and climbed the stairs.
Okay, so the dog gate was still in place?
Yes.
Did Lily attempt to follow?
No.
Okay, so
She can't jump over the gate.
So explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to go up to the next level, was it one flight of stairs, 2 flights of stairs?
I would call it one flight of stairs, but it's, 7, 8, 9 stairs, and then a small landing, and then 7 or 8 stairs again to the door.
Okay, and the door would be the door to the basement?
Yes.
Okay, so did you go up that basement stairs?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, were you intending on doing when you went up there?
Finding out what was going on in my house.
Okay. When you got to that level, who was there?
When I went up the stairs, I closed the basement door behind me. I did not immediately see anybody on the main floor of my house. And I walked down that very short hallway past the half bathroom so that I could see into the living room and the kitchen area, of which I did not see anybody.
Okay, and was that a full search or just in the moment?
I guess I walked past the kitchen table, and I walked past the countertop and also looked in the dining room. So I would say that I looked on the main floor of the house.
So you didn't see anyone on the main floor of the house?
No.
Did you hear anyone?
While I was looking on the main floor of the house, I heard sounds from upstairs.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I moved closer to the upstairs. I moved closer to the upstairs stairs, to the stairs heading upstairs, but still on the main floor of the house.
Okay, and was that a better position to hear or know what's going on?
That's where the sound seemed to be coming from. There's regular ceiling over the kitchen and living room area, but in the further area that leads to upstairs, which is where I heard the sounds coming from.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the sounds of...
Oh boy, that prosecutor, she is looking at him like, I am going to give it to you, buddy. Because she knows he's lying. Oh my God, this is going to be good, y'all. I cannot wait for the prosecutor to start questioning him. Oh my God. She looks mad. She looks mean. She looks like she's going to tear his beehole apart. For real, for real.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh, here we go. Barky bark.
Oh, she hear my voice?
No, she just likes to annoy me.
Oh,
Look at that prosecutor. You see her face?
I know. Priceless, huh?
She is. I want to screenshot this. How do I do that? Shut up, Leah. I don't even know how to, I don't even know how to screenshot the page.
I don't know.
I know nothing but just how to get to YouTube and StreamYard on my computer. I've done nothing else to it.
Is that
Oh,
you with the commands on the screen?
yeah.
Or me? Okay. Yeah, looks could kill.
She looks like she's gonna tear his beehole apart. Come on. Jesus, crime Nutley. Do you want it? You know what's gonna happen. So I tried to find out more about this guy that lives down the street, but I don't know. But son said that his cousin said there were a lot of cops, like undercover, like cops that were in their work cars but didn't have lights or anything. And they were all dressed in, they were all dressed in like suits, not like suits, but not cop clothes. I said they were probably investigators. Somebody said someone smashed his skull in.
Oh my God.
He was a really nice guy. But see, there's been some things going on. I told son, I said, that was your friend's wife. I staked out that woman for this other girl to find out if his wife was doing the dirty deed with this guy, and she came out of his apartment. But I don't want no one to know that because I don't want to go to court.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Well, here we go. I'm gonna mix up some banana bread real quick. So, but I'll cut in. I got to cut in every few minutes. I don't know how many minutes I have to wait, but we'll let it play. Here we go. Listen to this dirty, dirty boy. I don't even know how he can talk about his wife like this.
Well, just wait. It gets better.
All right, Leah, shut up. All right.
I would say moaning as well as sound of skin on skin contact.
And what did you think was going on at that point?
Sex.
Okay. Why didn't you call 911 at that point?
Well, I believe that it was an affair that was going on at that point. That doesn't seem like an emergency for the police to be involved in, was my thought at that moment.
Okay. Now, what were you thinking at that point when you decided what that was?
I guess I was emotional at that point. While Christine and I had affairs, we had never seen each other with anyone. No one was ever caught in the act or anything like that. Hearing what I thought was sex was upsetting.
And so what were you thinking to do? What was your thought process at that point?
I thought about just getting the lunches and giving them to Valerie and Juliana and having them leave. I thought about just ignoring the situation and going to work and dealing with this after work, hopefully when no one else is there. I thought about how Christine had just taken off the day before because she was originally supposed to be working on the 24th. And I thought about, well, this seems to be why. I thought about, maybe this is why she took off on the 24th.
Okay.
Because I didn't know that she took off on the 24th until the night of the 23rd.
So what made you stop from your initial thought of leaving and getting the lunches and letting Juliana and Valerie go to the zoo?
I guess as my mind was kind of racing in this moment, the sound, I guess, sounded like it changed to me. Instead of what I thought was the sounds of sex, I thought that the impact sounds sounded forceful, and that Christine's moaning sounded painful and not pleasurable, and that the distance between the sound of the skin and skin contact sounded too far apart for sex, and I thought that maybe she was being hurt.
So what did you do?
I started to go up the stairs.
Okay. Did you draw your weapon at any point?
While I was walking up the stairs, I did unholster my weapon, and I angled my body going up the stairs so that I was facing the bedroom door, which once you go up several of the stairs, I can see, because I'm taller, but I could see the bedroom door was partially open, maybe 8 to 12 inches, something like that, but I couldn't really see in the door.
But were you able to determine whether that was the area where these sounds were coming from?
I could tell that was the direction of the sound was coming from the master bedroom area. That's the only door towards the left once you go upstairs.
Okay. When you, from the main landing by the front door, to get to the top level, describe for the ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the level that you're talking about where the sounds were coming from.
So once again, you would go up several stairs, and then there would be a small landing, and then you would go up one step to another small landing, in which then you would kind of U-turn or switch back and go up another 8 or 9 stairs to the top floor. I don't know exactly how many stairs, maybe 16 or 18 total, but like 8 at the bottom, and then the landing, and then 8 at the top, and then you're at the upstairs hallway.
Okay. Given what you'd heard, did you go right into the room?
Actually, I heard the door open on the main floor. When I was by the landing. When I heard the door open on the main floor, I saw Juliana come up partially at the basement door.
Okay, and so you were both on the same level at that point?
No, I was on the stairs, heading up the stairs, and I kind of only did a quick glance, seeing that Juliana was there, and then I continued up the stairs.
And did you give her any instructions as to whether to go back to the basement?
I didn't say anything to her.
Okay. So you continued on?
Yes,
But you realized she was there?
I did.
What, if anything, did you do next?
I continued up the stairs and made a left towards the master bedroom.
Okay. And in terms of the landing where the master bedroom is located, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what way you had to go from the top of the stairs.
I went to the left, as that's the way towards the master bedroom. There's double doors to the master bedroom. To the right would be a bathroom, the guest room, Valerie's bedroom, and Juliana's bedroom.
Now, so you went left at this point?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do at that point outside the room? Outside the room, I headed towards the door and I pushed the right of the double doors open with my foot. And did you otherwise have something in your hands?
Yes, I had my firearm in my hands.
Okay. And when you pushed with your foot, which foot was it?
My right foot.
Okay. And were you able to see or hear any more when you did that?
Pushing the door open with my right foot revealed Christine, and who I now know is Joseph Ryan. They were on the floor near the bottom left of my bed, kind of in front of the master bathroom door, just past the bed, in between the bed and the tall dresser. Okay. So you just described it as the bottom left. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how do you come to bottom left? What position are you in order to describe it that way? If you're in the bed. Yes, if you were in bed or facing the TV that's in there, the left would be the bottom left corner. That would be the part that's closest to the master bathroom. Okay, thank you. And so you indicated you saw Joseph Ryan and Christine. Yes. Had you ever seen Joseph Ryan before? I had never seen Joseph Ryan before. Had you ever had any communications with him before? February 24th is the only time I had communications with him in that room. Okay, so when you observed this, and please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what you observed with regard to his contact with Christine. Christine was, I would describe as nude and on all fours, on her hands and knees. And Joe Ryan was behind her, like angled slightly behind her, and from my position at the door, slightly to the left of her, he was clothed, and he was looking directly at me as I opened the door. And when you first caught eye contact with him, where exactly were you in relation to the bed, and where were they? I was maybe one step into the room. Okay. Now, when you observed him, what, if anything, did you observe about the situation prior to anything being said? I observed, basically, as soon as I went in the room, it appeared that Christine tried to get up, but I guess I'm unsure if it's that Christine tried to get up or if Joe Ryan pulled her up. It's hard, I can't really tell, but Christine went from being on all fours, hands and knees, to more like being on her knees.
Had you said anything to them or to him specifically?
Almost immediately, I said police.
Okay, and what was your intention in doing that?
Alerting the room that I was there.
Okay, and at the time that you said police, was your gun in plain sight?
Yes, I was holding my gun forward.
And your badge, was that in plain sight?
My badge is on my belt, so that I don't know if he could see it, but it is, okay. It is a gold badge that is attached to my belt.
And so, if you think of it as a clock around you, where would, at what point can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where your badge would be?
Like 11 o'clock. So, just to kind of in front of my left pants pocket.
Okay. And, were you wearing a jacket over that area?
I was wearing a jacket that day.
Do you know if it was covering it or not?
No, I don't know if it was covered. I don't know if it was covering it at that moment. I don't remember if my jacket was zipped or not. And it's February, so
okay.
I'm not sure if my jacket is zipped or not.
In terms of seeing the badge, you didn't pull it out and show it or anything?
I did not.
Okay. You just said police.
Yes.
And what happened from there?
Christine responded first. Christine said, Brendan, he has a knife.
Now, before she said that, did you see any weapons at that point?
I didn't see a weapon. I didn't see a weapon at my initial viewing of the scene in that first couple seconds.
And after Christine said that to you, were you able to identify it?
I observed that there was something silver in Joe Ryan's right hand, but it was still difficult to see, as part of it would be in his grip and part of it seemed to be inside of Christine's hair.
Okay, and I think you said previously, did Christine have long hair?
Christine had pretty long hair that goes down past the middle of her back. It's a curly, thick brown. She had a lot of hair.
Okay. Now, just so we're clear, when at the time that you said police, what was the position of Joe Ryan and what was the position of Christine?
Joe Ryan was also on the floor. I would say that he was in a kneeling position, on the floor, partially behind Christine, partially behind the bed.
Okay, and is the bed high?
The bed is, I would say the bed is very high for a lot of people. It has storage dressers underneath the bed, and there was a foundation under it, and then the mattress itself is a thick mattress too.
Okay, so from your vantage, have you changed your vantage point? I think you'd said one step into the room.
Yeah, I had only basically gone one, maybe two steps into the room, and I didn't go further at that point.
Now, when you said police, what, if anything, did Joe Ryan say to you?
Joe Ryan didn't say something until after I told him to drop the knife.
Okay. And what was his response?
He told me to drop my gun.
And at that point, was there, well, let me ask you this. You saw a knife there. What were you thinking in terms of Joe Ryan with a knife to Christine's neck?
I was extremely terrified. I don't know that I've ever been more panicked in my life.
And so what were you thinking that you needed to do?
I was hoping to de-escalate the situation.
No, you
I
weren't.
did not want to shoot him.
Okay.
I wanted him to let her go.
And so, after he said you dropped the gun, what did you say?
I repeated to drop the knife and to let her go.
And did he say anything to you?
He did. He told me that she was hers. That she was hers, and that she gave herself to me. And Christine kind of yelled, moaned.
Okay.
At this point, also,
Okay, I'm sorry, you said she was hers?
she was his. Sorry, she was his.
You're a lying liar who lies.
Statement of what?
He said that she was his, and that she gave herself to him, to me, is what she gave herself to me, is what he said.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted. What happened then?
Christine kind of yelled or moaned, or both, and it seems that she went to her left, my right, a little bit.
Okay. Now, when she yelled or moaned, what did that indicate to you?
I thought that she was being injured, being stabbed.
Did you see him?
I'm here. I
He's so full of shit.
I don't know how he can sit and talk about his wife like that.
He's so full of shit.
Oh, absolutely. So full of shit. I'm really upset right now with Sam.
Why would Christine say, Brendan?
I'll play it for just a minute. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Him stab her?
It appeared that he was putting forward movement towards, or it seemed that he was putting forward movement towards with the knife, but I couldn't see Christine's neck or face really at that point. Her hair was in the way.
Okay. So if you can, explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why it was you couldn't see Christine's face or her neck.
Christine's hair was, I would describe as kind of wild at this point. Not normally it's brushed and straight, or well, not really. I mean, it's still curly, but it's when they were kept, it was kind of large and frizzy at this point. And I couldn't really see very well.
Okay. And when, so I interrupted you. So we'll go ahead and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were following up with.
I'm sorry, I don't.
So you indicated in your previous answer that you couldn't see whether or not he had stabbed her in the neck or made contact with the neck.
Correct.
Okay. And that she had made some sort of a sound and pulled away.
Yes, so she kind of moved to her left and to my right, but my best guess is that he had a grip on maybe the back of her neck, maybe the back of her hair. I can't see his left hand at this point. And so she did not really go anywhere.
Did she appear to be injured greater than what you thought when you saw her?
It appeared that she had some amount of, I believe that she had some amount of blood in her hair at this point.
From where you could see it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you this. Other than your training, had you ever shot a person before?
I had never used my firearm outside of a range situation.
And just to clarify my question, it sounds like you had shot somebody in training. You just did training, correct?
I did not shoot anybody in training. I have not used my weapon in duty at any point, or any time I had used my firearm was at a gun range or at training.
Okay. Was that a concern for you while you were in the moment?
There wasn't a lot of space between Joe and Christine. I was very fearful of hitting Christine.
And so what if anything, when the time came, were you considering using your firearm?
Yes.
At what point did that start?
I mean, very quickly in the situation, but there's only, his head isn't far from Christine's head. I guess his part of his body is partially behind Christine's body. Part of his body is behind the bed. It's a very tight situation.
Okay. And so you delayed from your first instinct?
Judge, objection is to leading.
What, if anything, did you do then?
I'll sustain the objection.
I know that I told him to let her go at least one more time. And then I know that I told him that he was going to be under arrest.
Okay.
I missed that at some point he asked for me to leave, and at a different point he asked for himself to leave.
And what did you say to those requests?
At that point, that was when I told him that he was under arrest.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, took place that caused you to discharge your firearm?
It appeared that he did a very forceful stab towards Christine, and Christine kind of spun away from him. So she was facing towards me, and I guess she rotated as she spun away from him and landed on her stomach on the ground. just kind of had Joe now like on his knees, kind of facing Christine, of which I saw him do a downward stabbing stroke, and that's when I fired at him.
And when you fired, were you able to determine whether or not you made contact?
I didn't know where I made contact, but I believed that I made contact as he moved.
Okay.
He moved backwards, he moved backwards a little bit away from Christine, at that point.
And what did you do?
I immediately hurried towards Christine, and I actually stepped over her, and I told her to stay down as I stepped over her. I did this so that I could look at Joe Ryan and see if he was still a threat.
And what, if anything, did you see when you went over there?
I saw the knife on the floor.
Okay, was that the first time you saw the knife in its full?
That was the first time I could fully see the knife. The other times, it was in his grip and obscured by Christine's hair.
And the knife that you saw is the same knife that you've seen in the Commonwealth's photos?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you help Christine?
At that moment, I did not help Christine yet. I used my foot and dragged the knife towards me with my toe to move the knife away from Joe.
Okay, so if you can, so that there's an image in their minds, can you explain from stepping over Christine to doing what you just said with the knife?
I probably need to take another step or two to get closer to Joe. The knife was very close to Joe. It's like I reached my right foot forward. I still had my gun pointed at him. So I reached my right foot forward, and I guess it stuck my toe out and dragged it back towards me so that it was not next to him.
Okay, and what would you say the distance was where the knife was when you first touched it with your foot? I'm sorry, the distance from Joe Ryan when you first touched it with your foot?
Not more than a foot and a half.
Okay, and when you removed it from the area around him, how far was it from Joe Ryan?
Maybe 5 or 6 feet, but immediately next to me.
Okay, so what did you do then next?
I didn't notice that Joe was moving, and
well, let me ask you this: did you ever touch Joe?
I never touched Joe at any point during this encounter.
Okay, and when you moved the knife, what did you then? What happened next?
I turned around and faced Christine, and I kneeled down next to her.
Okay. And what was her position at the time that you kneeled down next to her?
At that point, she was on her stomach. She was kind of writhing back and forth, kind of rolling back and forth. And I guess at some point, pretty quickly, she rolled over onto her back.
Was that with your assistance?
At that point, she was doing that on on herself. I don't think that I helped her roll onto her back.
Okay. What, if anything, were you doing to assist her at that point?
So she was holding her neck. And she told me that she couldn't see. And I asked her to let me see, indicating what, that her hand was indicating that her hand was covering her neck. And she very shakily removed her hand from her neck, and I could see the wound on the right side of her neck.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do at that point?
She told me to put my hand there, and she had put her hand back on her neck, and then I put my left hand on top of her hand, but she pulled her hand from underneath mine and put her hand back on top of my hand, and put pressure on my hand, I think indicating that she wanted more pressure on the wound.
And did you do that?
Yes, I had.
Okay.
I had my hands on hers, trying to apply pressure.
And she was helping you?
Yes.
And so at that point, had you asked Juliana to call 911?
At that point, I noticed that Juliana was in the room. And I told Juliana to both call 911, and I told her to watch him, indicating to Joe.
So the position that you were in when you were tending to Christine, where was it in relation to Joe at the last time you saw him?
Joe was behind me. I wasn't facing Joe. I was kneeling down with Christine in front of me. I guess my body orientation would be towards the master bathroom.
Okay. And what if anything happened next?
Juliana she looked like she was stunned, but after I told her to call 911 and watch him, she seemed to dart forward and went into the master bathroom.
Okay. And did you ask her to do that?
No.
Do you know what she was doing?
I know what she was doing now, but I don't think I was thinking about what she was doing at that second.
That's what I'm asking, is what was she did you know what she was doing at that time?
Dang, I hope they didn't shut my internet off. I can't pay it till today.
That would be bad. That would be bad.
No. Well, I fucking hope not.
They're already in cross in real time.
Oh, I bet she's tearing his ass up, isn't she?
I don't know. I'm not watching it. I just flipped over to see where they were.
I'm going to speed this up.
Can you get back in?
I don't know. I have internet because I'm talking to you. Leah, be quiet. I found some dog calm things under the sink. I gave her a couple of them. They're probably too old. They won't work unless you didn't need them. Did you eat your goodies? God, I don't know what happened. Well, I suppose I can exit out and go back in. Oh my God. This would be horrible.
Did you look at the timestamp?
It says I'm still live. I don't remember where it was at. Oh no, I don't remember.
Just start at the end of the first break.
What was going on with mine?
Start at where?
Have they already taken the first break?
Yeah. Yeah, they'll be going
No,
volunteers.
I mean, had you shown the first break yet? Have you skipped through it?
No, when I, oh, yeah, I think I skipped through
You
it.
start your stream at the end of the first break. I mean,
Yeah, I did. So they'll be taking their first break here in about 32, 48. 32 minus 48 is what? 32. $16. So should I just go till after the first break? I don't really want to miss anything. Hold on, let's hear what they had.
1-1.
She seemed to be, after she shot, she seemed to be stunned and just
yeah, that's where you're at.
standing there, not doing,
Because
not
when
doing
you left
anything.
off,
Yeah.
And
it was
I yelled at her
Juliana
to
was getting
call
ready to
911
shoot.
again.
Call 911.
Do you know if she followed your?
At that point, she seemed to, come out of her trance, and
Did you see her?
I know that she
Her
started working on her phone.
did you
Now,
see her
why didn't you call 911?
cam where she's going?
I had a significant amount of blood on my hands, and I was trying to
back.
help.
Sounded like.
I was trying to help Christine.
Put down a pause a
and
minute.
also,
I can't talk over him. You need to go
Juliana?
back. You need to go back to where Juliana was about to shooting.
Okay.
Because I haven't heard her shooting yet.
The area around him, how far was it from Joe Ryan?
Go back more.
maybe
I don't know.
5 or 6 feet, but immediately next to me.
Okay. So what did you do then next?
I didn't notice that Joe was moving. And
Well, let me ask you
that's
this.
good.
You never touched Joe?
That's
I
good.
never touched Joe at any point during this encounter.
Okay. And when you moved the knife, what did you then, what happened next?
I turned around and faced Christine. And I kneeled down next to her.
Okay. And what was her position at the time that you kneeled down next to her?
At that point, she was on her stomach. She was kind of writhing back and forth, kind of rolling back and forth. And I guess at some point, pretty quickly, she rolled over onto her back.
Was that with your assistance?
At that point, she was doing that on herself. I don't think that I helped her roll onto her back.
Okay. What, if anything, were you doing to assist her at that point?
So she was holding her neck. And she told me that she couldn't see. And I asked her to let me see, indicating what, that her hand was indicating that her hand was covering her neck. And
Did
she
he just say she couldn't see?
shakily removed her hand from her neck, and I could see the wound on the right side of her neck.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do at that point?
She told me to put my hand there, and she had
Oh my
put
word.
her hand back on her neck, and then I put my left hand on top of her hand, but she pulled her hand from underneath mine and put her hand back on top of my hand, and
Put it on pause a minute.
put pressure on my hand, I think.
Yeah.
So what you're trying to tell me is now she's giving him directions on how to save her life? Is that what he's trying to tell us?
Yeah, I think so.
She
'Cause
can't
there's
see,
part-
but she's giving directions on how to save her life. He's so full of shit.
Oh, this story is horrible. I mean, for him and his lawyer to come up with this story, because his lawyer had to have helped him.
I'm sure Verdict Watch is blowing up. I haven't been in there because I can't get in while I'm on here.
Yeah, you can.
No, I can't, because if I go to the Facebook screen, it will kick me out.
Well, let me see.
So I'm on my phone. I'm gonna have to charge my tablet and do it that way, so I can use my phone.
Well, Kathy wrote, how did she get the other 5 stab wounds? That legalese, she put a video.
Kathy, you.
Kathy, what is her last name? Owen. And then this legalese, she's posted 2 videos of herself talking. Janice says, I'm literally jumping out of my skin. And
Where are
then
you reading this?
The Verdict Watch.
Oh. I was like, where are you at?
What? I got to go help Leah. She's whining about something. I'll be back.
All right.
Indicating that she wanted more pressure on the wound.
And did you do that?
Yes, I had.
Okay.
I had my hands on hers, trying to apply pressure.
And she was helping you?
Yes.
And so at that point, had you asked Juliana to call 911?
At that point, I noticed that Juliana was in the room. And I told Juliana to both call 911, and I told her to watch him, indicating to Joe.
So the position that you were in when you were attending to Christine, where was it in relation to Joe at the last time you saw him?
Joe was behind me. I wasn't facing Joe. I was kneeling down with Christine in front of me. I guess my body orientation would be towards the master bathroom.
Okay. And what if anything happened next?
Juliana she looked like she was stunned, but after I told her to call 911 and watch him. She seemed to dart forward and went into the master bathroom.
Okay. And did you ask her to do that?
No.
Do you know what she was doing?
I mean, I know what she was doing now, but I don't know. I don't think I was thinking about what she was doing at that second.
That's what I'm asking, is what was she did you know what she was doing at that time?
And when the first responders arrived, you realized that the whole being thrown out.
What's going
happening?
on? Huh?
I don't know. I have no idea.
That there was another shot.
Did you, where was she in relation to where you were?
She was in front of the she was in front of the master bathroom door. It was kind of a double door.
And so, how far do you think she was from you when you shot?
Not very far at all.
Shot?
Not very far at all. Maybe 4 or 5 feet.
Was there any indication as to why she shot prior to shooting?
I didn't hear her say anything prior to. I didn't hear her say anything prior to her shooting.
Now, at any point, do you recall Joe Ryan touching you?
So this was at roughly the same time as the shot. I don't exactly know. If I would assume maybe almost simultaneously. Joe Ryan struck me in my shoulder, like the back part of my shoulder blade.
And did you see him do that?
I did not see him do that.
How did you know it was him?
Well, he's the only person behind me. There's no one else behind me.
And after you felt that, was that when Juliana shot?
To me, those all seem to be within the same second. It's hard to say exactly.
Okay. Now, when you were, so you were tending to Christine prior to Juliana shooting, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to maintain whatever it was you were doing for Christine?
I don't know exactly why, but my reaction to being hit and Juliana shooting was to stand up, and I stood up and turned around and looked at Joe.
Okay.
Joe was then further back, closer to the wall, and partially on the dog bed.
Now, did you make sure that he was not getting up again?
I looked at him. He did not appear to be moving at that point.
Okay. What did you then do?
I yelled for Juliana to call 911 again, and And I turned back around and went back to Christine.
Now, do you know what Juliana did with the gun that she used to shoot Joe Ryan?
At some point, I know she put it on the bed.
Did you observe that?
I don't think I observed her putting it on the bed.
Okay. And the gun that Juliana shot Joe Ryan with wasn't the gun that you have, correct?
No, the gun that I shot Joe Ryan with was my duty weapon, a Glock 19M, and the gun that Juliana took out of the safe was a Glock 43X.
Now, the gun that you used to shoot Joe, was that put back in the holster?
I did not put my gun back in the holster. I put it on the ground next to me. Basically just right at my side, kind of where I was kneeling.
So where, in terms of position, when you were tending to Christine, what position were you facing?
I was facing Christine towards the master bathroom door, and yeah.
And so when you put your gun down in order to aid her, to what direction did you put the gun down?
I put it to my right, so it was in between me and the bed.
And to the best of your recollection, do you know where it was in terms of in relation to the corner of the bed?
It's pretty close to the back left corner of the bed. There wasn't too much space between me and the bed at this point.
And can you just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in terms of time that morning, after you put that gun down, what did you do?
Well, when I put the gun down, that's when I had originally started aid to Christine, and that was when I asked her to show me the wound, and then we had kind of both put our hands on the wound.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when you instructed Juliana to call 911?
I had instructed Juliana to call 911 at least twice.
Okay. And did there come a time where you realized that, when you were wondering what was going on with 911?
She seemed to be, after she shot, she seemed to be stunned and just standing there, not doing anything. And I yelled at her to call 911 again.
Okay. And do you know if she followed your...
At that point, she seemed to come out of her trance, and I know that she started working on her phone.
Now, why didn't you call 911?
I had a significant amount of blood on my hands, and I was trying to help Christine. And also, we're trained that if there's others around, if you can have them call 911 or assist you, that is something that you would instruct them to do.
So from inside the room, please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that 911 how you came to be talking on the 911 call.
Juliana seemed to be pacing, kind of in front of the TV area of the bedroom, and kind of moving towards the the master bedroom door. She called 911, but when she called, she really wasn't saying anything. She was kind of stumbling over her words.
And so what, if anything, did you do?
I heard that she was on the call with 911. And I could hear the 911 operator asking questions, and
This guy's crazy. If he thinks that the jury is going to believe this story, no freaking way. No way. No way. Anyways, thank you for being here. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. I do appreciate you being here. Trying to cut in as much as possible. But I gotta listen to this guy. He sounds ridiculous. Okay, here we go.
so I answered the questions, of my home location and I guess briefly what had happened.
And what did you say?
I believe I said that there was a man that had stabbed my wife and that I had shot him. And I identified myself as an officer, gave my address. Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, were you still rendering aid to Christine?
Yes, we had spoke slightly more also during that time. She was coughing, and blood had come out of her mouth, and so I knew that it's possible for people to choke on blood, and so I told her I was going to roll her on her side, and so we did, and so I did that, and she seemed to know that was also the right thing to do.
Okay. And so she was able to help you roll her over?
Yeah, so I rolled, so I guess it would be kind of slightly away from me, slightly more towards the master bathroom door and further away from the bed.
Now, in the time frame that we've just talked about, did you ever get a point where you had a better idea of the wounds that were on Christine's neck?
After Juliana shot, and I went back to Christine. Once again, I put my hand on her hand, but she slid her hand from underneath mine and put it on top of mine. And actually my finger went inside of her neck. And that made me realize how badly she was hurt.
Now, with regard to when the hands were removed off of the neck, was there any indication as to how badly she was hurt in terms of anything?
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
In terms of, once you took your hands off of her neck, did that give you any indication of the extent of the wounds?
Yeah, I could see I saw the length of the wound, and the fact that my, part of my finger actually went inside of hers before I quickly moved my hand out.
Were you able to And so were you able to continue compression?
I did try, I would say that both of us continued to try compression. Probably also just before she rolled over, I realized that she was holding her hand on the other side of her neck too. I didn't notice that previously.
And so what side of the neck are you talking about now?
I was helping her with the right side of her neck, and she had her left hand on her left side of her neck.
Okay, so she was tending to herself on the left side of the neck?
Yeah, I didn't notice that originally.
Okay, did you assist her then at that point?
I did not put my other hand around her. I did not put my other hand around her at that point. It was, I don't know, I guess we were focused, I was talking to her, and I guess I was a little bit more focused on that.
Okay. And in talking to her, did she assist you in any, in terms of how you could help her?
Basically, she had indicated that, she had told me that she, in her words and with her hands, that, she wanted more pressure. After my finger had gone into her neck, I tried to close my hand a little bit around the skin to try to, try to close the wound as much as possible, but that didn't seem to be doing anything.
Okay, and in terms of the blood, when you took your hand off of her wound, what did you see?
In the beginning, you could see that the blood was partially shooting out, and it was going through her fingers. But later on, that wasn't what was happening any longer.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe? And what did you do?
This was back to putting pressure and covering the wound. And
now, did there come a time when the first responders arrived?
Yes, after some time, the first responders arrived. I know that Juliana left the room at some point, and I know that I heard her go down the stairs. I think that 911 had instructed her to open the door. At a different point on the 911 call, the 911 operator advised to get towels. And Juliana, this was before opening the door, Juliana went into the master bathroom and came back with towels also.
Now, had you been using anything when the 911 operator suggested towels, clean towels, things like that?
So I guess originally I stopped doing pressure when the 911 operator recommended to use towels. And at that point, I grabbed the comforter that was kind of all around me. And I used the comforter, part of the comforter on her neck for a little bit.
Okay. And did there come a time where you moved to something different, or what?
When Juliana gave me the towels, I kind of tossed the comforter behind me and used a towel.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, did you do after that?
I know that there was a point that I rechecked Christine's pulse. So I had to removed the towel, and I saw that, it wasn't really as covered in blood anymore, and the blood was, the pulse was significantly weaker. And I checked her pulse with my hand. Her pulse, she still had a pulse, but it felt slow and weak compared to when I had my hand previously.
Now, if you can, and do you have any idea, or can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury any indication as to, from the time you shot Joe Ryan to the time the first responders arrived, how long that was?
It's hard. It's very difficult to say. It felt like an extremely long time. I don't know. You're not really thinking about how long it really takes, but the wait on the 911 call felt like it was forever.
After you testified, you stood up after Juliana shot Joe Ryan?
Yeah.
Was there any time between the moment you went back to Christine and the time the first responders arrived that you weren't next to Christine?
After I stood up, I spent the rest of my time kneeling next to Christine, and I did not get up from next to Christine until first responders arrived and instructed me that they were going to take over.
Okay, well, let's go to that point. What was the first thing that you realized that the police were there, or fire, or whomever?
I know that I heard Juliana yelling to come up here. And I heard many footsteps and people arriving.
And from your position of rendering aid, how did you move from that position?
So I was facing Christine and facing towards the master bathroom, and I was instructed to go into the master bathroom.
When you went, okay, sorry, go ahead.
I think I was standing relatively near for a few seconds before they instructed me to go into the master bathroom.
And when you relinquished first aid duties to the first responders, was Christine still breathing?
Yes, Christine was still breathing.
And her pulse was still positive?
Yes, she was still alive, very much.
Okay. Now, when you were taken away by the first
Mr. Carroll, is
responders.
this a good time to have the morning break?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take our 15-minute morning break. Please do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. Thank you. Mr. Banfield, just a reminder, since you're still testifying, do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorney at this time, okay? Let's come back at 11:45. All right.
All rise. Y'all, this is some crazy talk. I hope and pray to God if something ever happens to me, that they ever talk to me like this. She was a good woman. She was a nurse, a NICU, a nurse for babies that are sick. I don't get it. He was supposed to love this woman. Oh, this is wild. What are you guys thinking about it? Let's talk. There's people in here. It's taking me forever to get this banana cake done. So what do you guys think? I don't believe the story. I don't remember anybody saying that they were had an open marriage. When did that happen? I can't wait for this guy to come on that's going to talk. That said he knows something about the case. Must have been waiting for Mr. Brendan to testify and hear what he had to say. And he thought, oh, dang, I've heard enough. Maybe it was somebody that she was having an affair with. I mean, she admitted she had an affair. So, I mean, it was happening. Oh, wild. This is just wild, y'all. All right.
Being told to let the first responders take care of Christine. Do you recall who it was that advised you to go into the bathroom?
I did not know the names of anybody at that point.
Okay. When you went into the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do while they were tending to Christine?
I was instructed to sit on the edge of the tub.
Okay. And at that point, what condition were you in?
I was panicked, shocked, I mean, worried, scared. I felt like I was having a very hard time breathing, and my leg was bothering me, seemed to be spasming.
Okay. We saw from the body cam video, excuse me. We saw from the body cam video you received, I guess, a checkup in the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of the officers took me to an ambulance.
And what was that? What was the basis for them to get you checked out? Do you know?
I know at one point when I was in the bathroom, I went to the ground.
Okay.
And I wasn't walking properly. So they seemed to want to get me checked out.
When you arrived back home from the McDonald's, were you having any difficulties physically?
No.
During the period of time of...
Well, of course he was fine at McDonald's because he didn't allegedly ab his wife 12 times. Oh boy, this is some interesting stuff, I have to say.
of what you described on February 24th within the bedroom, were you struck in any way that would have affected your lower extremities?
I don't remember being hit in my leg at all. I only remember being hit in the back of my shoulder.
Okay. And when you, I think it's partially showing on the body cam, but when you went down, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened.
I was crying. I was having, I guess I would say that I was hyperventilating. I stabilized myself with my hands on the floor. I was scared for Christine.
Okay. And at some point you, as we see in the evidence that's been presented, you go to the ambulance and you go to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a little bit about another topic that came up during the trial. What, if anything, did you know about the purchase of windows at your house?
Windows were, Christine started looking for windows back in 2021. We received quotes from 10, 12, 15 different vendors. The shopping process was long. Over the course of the quotes and shopping process, we refined that we wanted triple pane windows because the front of my house has quite a bit of southern exposure. A lot of sun comes in there and the foyer would get very warm. Also, some of the windows in my house were stuck closed where we couldn't open them. Christine complained about that none of our windows had screens. And one of the windows by the back door was off center enough that there was actually a slight gap to the outside. And the smallest window in the basement, for some reason, was a single pane window and would allow cold to come in. So that was a lot of the reasons why we shopped for windows.
And you indicated you went through numerous vendors?
Yes.
And when, if you know, did you agree upon vinyl light windows?
I believe we agreed on, I believe we had a second quote from Vinyl Light in the summer, the early summer of 2022, which is before any relationship with Juliana. And we received an updated quote with the triple pane windows. I believe that was in July of 2022, which is also before any relationship with Juliana. And we placed the final order in August and I believe made the first payment before any relationship was with any relationship with Juliana, meaning that the windows were fully decided prior to any relationship with Juliana.
Now, did you ever go outside and screen in some sort of a test?
No, it's ridiculous. I did at one point speculate to Juliana that I wondered if our neighbors didn't hear the gunshots because of the windows. That's the only thing that I ever remember saying to Juliana, and that was after February 24th, after some of my neighbors had spoke to me and said that they didn't hear anything.
Now, the window job that you had Vinyl Light do was a full replacement of all the windows.
Yes, it was replacement of every window.
Okay. And was there anything about the windows in the bedroom that was greater in terms of soundproofing or greater in terms of efficiency than the other windows around the house?
No, the entire house was chosen to do triple pane windows. There was a couple windows that were slightly different. One of them was the pane window in the master bathroom, which was obscured glass so that people can't see into the master bathroom. We changed the style of window of the basement smallest window to being double pane and triple in a sliding style. I think that was the main changes besides upgrading to triple pane and the different repairs and things that we wanted in terms of features.
Now, moving on to the personal weapon that you have.
Okay.
Was that the one that Juliana used on the 24th?
My personal firearm was a Glock 43X.
And where do you normally keep that?
I keep it in my firearm safe, which is inside of my master bedroom closet.
Okay. And do you know, was that firearm in the safe and locked on the 24th of February?
Yes, the firearm was in the safe and locked on the 24th of February.
And did Juliana have access to the code?
Juliana knew the code because the code was the same as my door code to the house. And at different points, she was in my master bedroom closet and observed me putting away my firearms.
And so when you testified that she went into the closet and you thought it was for towels?
So when she went to the bathroom, I mean, I guess first I can't see the master bedroom closet from where I was in the bedroom. When I told her to watch him and call 911, I didn't know what exactly she was doing at that moment, and I couldn't see that she went to the safe.
And at what point did you realize that she had gone to the safe?
Only after she shot.
And at some point, were you able to confirm that your personal weapon was being used?
Well, yes, I saw that she had my weapon.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the day before, November 23rd.
February 23rd?
I'm sorry, February 23rd, I apologize. Were you aware of any vacation plans for you and the members of your family?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you know about the vacation plans?
Christina and I already had a cruise that was planned for, I don't know, maybe May or June of 2023. That was planned earlier with a large part of our family was going to be attending to that. But Christina and I were planning another trip, which was going to possibly be to Punta Cana, which is where we had our honeymoon originally. And so we had discussed that, and she was telling me about some of the resorts that she had been looking at.
Okay, and was Royalton Resorts one of those?
That I believe was the one that she liked the best, and she sent me a message wanting me to look at it and basically to see if I agreed, and if we would probably book it relatively soon if we thought that would work out, and we'd have to figure out days off and things like that.
Do you remember where you were when you received that message?
Actually, I think I was in the living room with her. I think she just sent it to me as like, this is what we're saving so that we could, continue to review it later.
Okay, to show her.
Yes.
Or to show you, I guess.
Yes.
And how did you receive that message?
Generally, when we message, we don't use standard text messaging. Our usual messenger of choice was Facebook Messenger, and that's how I received that. Okay.
And you were in the same room with her?
I believe I was in the same room with her. We were in and out of the same room together frequently that day. That day was my birthday.
Specifically relating to that request or the discussion about the travel arrangements, did you ever take control of her laptop?
No, she was sitting on the couch using her laptop, and we were discussing it while I was playing with Lego with Valerie.
And did you ever use her phone regarding that discussion?
No, I never used her phone.
Did she ever leave to go anywhere during that discussion regarding resorts?
Not that I remember. At some point, I took Valerie to bed, and that time usually involved a story or two, brushing teeth, getting changed. So that took 20, 30 minutes, and then I returned to Christine after I was done with bed for Valerie.
When you returned to Christine, did she have her devices still?
Yes.
Now, this was your birthday, so what was going on at the house that day?
One of my friends, Nishant, came over. He brought me a box of large cookies from, I believe it was Midnight Treats. And but really, we didn't do anything for my birthday because Valerie had swim lessons that day. So I had taken Valerie to swim lessons. Christine had told me she had to work late. I don't think she got back until after 8. Christine and I had celebrated my birthday, I guess, the day before. On the 22nd, we went to Korean barbecue, me, Christine, and Valerie.
Okay. And on the 23rd, which was your birthday, where was Juliana?
I don't know where Juliana was when we were talking about the vacations. I do know that she came with me to the gym. She actually worked out with Nishant at the gym, and then Nishant came back to our house later. I was with Valerie at the pool.
Okay. And when the discussions regarding resorts and all that sort of stuff was going on, was Juliana around for that?
I don't know where she was, but she was not in the living room, kitchen, main floor area.
Was Christine's laptop there with you guys?
Yes.
Was her phone with you guys?
I don't seem to remember much about her phone that day because my recollection is her using the laptop, and that's where she was doing the research that we were talking about.
Now, did there come a time when you recorded Lily and the sounds that Lily made and makes?
Yes. I believe it was in the summer of 24.
Okay. And in doing that recording, why were you making a recording of Lily's sounds?
Ryan Campbell which is Juliana's attorney, had come to my house because he wanted to view the layout of the house and see how far it took to get to places and where my gun safe was and things like that. And when he was there, I had Lily outside because I didn't want her to bother him. And he heard sounds of Lily whining and complaining to come in because she was separated from everyone on the inside. And I believe it reminded him of Lily.
Sustained as.
I don't think you can say what he thought.
Okay.
What, if anything, did he ask you to do?
Objection, hearsay.
Based upon your conversation with him, what, if anything, did you do?
I recorded the sounds that Lily made.
Okay. And have you listened to the file of Lily 3?
Yes.
And does that accurately represent the sounds that Lily made?
Yes, I sent several different recordings I made several different recordings for her. Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of the one Lily 3?
Yes.
And you've heard it and you've listened to it?
Yes.
And that reflects the sounds that Lily makes?
Yes, it does.
All right, move that in as defense exhibit number 377.
Any objection?
No objection.
377 is a different, it was indicated as a different exhibit. Do you want me at 378?
Oh, yeah, sorry, Judge. I thought we'd stopped at 376, so that's why.
You tried to get 377 in, but we didn't. So
Yeah.
378?
378. Thank
Okay,
you.
378 in evidence.
And let me just chat with counsel for 1 second. You know that the file that I was about to move in is already in evidence in the Commonwealth's case with a 911 call.
Okay, that's the exhibit 1 or exhibit 2 or 3? We have 3 911.
I believe it's exhibit 1.
Okay. All right.
Court's intelligence.
Yes, yes, sir.
Sir, have you ever used or looked at FetLife prior to the discovery that's come out in this case?
No, I've never used or looked at or heard of FetLife previously.
Were you aware of Christine using FetLife at all?
No, I didn't have any knowledge of Christine using FetLife.
Did you have any knowledge of whether she had used Craigslist ever?
I think that she did back in New York to advertise that we had a yard sale.
Okay. And that would be the extent of the use of Craigslist?
That's the only time that I can remember.
How about something called Backpage? Did you ever know her to have used those kind of things?
No.
Was there any sort of, well, let me ask you this. How is it that you and Christine would primarily communicate?
Primarily we would communicate on the phone. We would talk almost, when Christine would leave from work, she would almost always call me. Obviously in person when we're together. And if it's messages, such as when we're both at work, we usually use Facebook Messenger.
Now, in terms of what you've observed with FetLife, in your own relationship, were any of those sorts of things done in the bedroom?
There was a point a number of years ago that Christine had indicated that she was interested in bondage type situations.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Without getting into what she had said, were there times when...
Objection, leading.
Sustained is leading.
What, if any, times were there conflict in terms of sexual...
Objection, leading.
Sustained is leading.
In terms of your sexual relationship with Christine, what, if any, differences did you have?
I was not interested in ever harming her. I was never interested in sexual violence. I would say that we also had a discrepancy of how often we would like to have sex, or I would like to have sex more frequently than we did.
But did those differences, what, if any, effect did those differences have on your relationship with Christine?
I would say that those differences caused some of the reasons why we had affairs at various points in our relationship.
Did you love your wife?
Yes.
Do you love your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any sort of plan for what February 24th became?
No, it was a situation I was never expecting, never expected to be in. We never want anyone to be in.
In terms of looking back on February 24th, what, if any, things do you think you would do differently?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, things would you do differently in the room confronting Joe Ryan?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain as to relevance.
Karen, I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
It's my power cord. It's my power cord anyway.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Okay, how are you?
Good. So let's understand, this is the first time you've told this story or any story about what happened in the bedroom on February 24th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not tell the police on that day in the bedroom. You did not tell the police on that day in hospital. You did not tell them when you were back at the station, correct?
Object. May we approach?
We can approach.
Sorry, thank you. Let's try that again. You didn't tell the police in the house. You didn't tell them in the driveway. You didn't tell them at the hospital. You didn't tell them back at the station, correct?
I said what I did on the 911 call. I was not questioned. I was not questioned by the police at the house, in the driveway, in the ambulance about what had happened.
Okay, but you were questioned at the police station. You didn't tell them then, right?
Actually, I was not questioned at the police station.
Okay. It's been 3 years. You have not had an opportunity to tell the police in the last 3 years what happened?
Yes, they have requested to speak to me. The police did request Detective Bryant, I believe, requested to speak to me at the hospital, not at the police station. And yes, they did request to speak to me through my attorney subsequently.
Okay, and you were given the opportunity to tell a court what happened when you were brought in to testify at Juliana's preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and at that point in time, you didn't tell anybody this story, right?
I was advised that that defense of others is not relevant for preliminary hearings, and it was my intention that I was going to testify at Juliana's trial.
Okay, but at the preliminary hearing, you didn't even admit to Christine being your wife, correct?
That's what I was instructed to by my attorney.
Okay. So now that you've heard all of the evidence, every possible hearing that could happen in this case has happened. Now you are ready to tell us what happened. Is that accurate?
I was ready to tell what happened at Juliana's testimony, at Juliana's trial when that was scheduled for November.
Okay.
And I've been waiting to do that for mine. I was expecting my trial to be earlier than this too.
But at no point in time have you reached out to law enforcement to tell them, no, at no point have you had your counsel reach out to law enforcement to tell them this story.
Actually, I did have.
Your wife, excuse me, I'm not finished. You have not asked anyone to talk about how you saved your wife or tried to save your wife, have you?
Actually, I did. I told counsel that I would participate in any of the civil investigations that was going to be involved with my agency, and that I would talk to them regarding this case as they required.
Okay, did you do that?
They did not take it up, was my understanding, because I believe the Fairfax police did not want them to.
Okay, understood. Your affair with Juliana began in August of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you took trips together, correct?
Yes.
You communicated with her on Discord, is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about Discord. Is that a messaging app that is secret, if you will?
No.
No? Okay, it's on your phone?
Yes.
Okay, and the two of you elected to communicate that way. Why not with Facebook Messenger like you communicated with Christine, your wife?
I think Discord is my favorite messenger app, and I use it a lot, both with my friends and the gaming groups that I was in. Christine did not use Discord.
Okay. You indicated earlier in your testimony yesterday, I think, that this affair with Juliana was really a nothing, right? This was just an affair. You had had others. This was not a relationship, correct?
I would say that it was a relationship, but it is an affair, but I wouldn't categorize it as serious.
Not serious. Okay. Did you love her?
There was points that I told her that I loved her.
You told her that you loved her, but you didn't actually love her.
I would say that I had feelings for her, but they weren't nearly as strong as feelings for my wife.
Understood. Okay. So let's take a look. Judge, I'd like to have displayed to the witness and counsel Commonwealth's 244. 34. All right. So Mr. Banfield, these are your Discord messages with Juliana. Do you recognize the username APOCD2?
Yes, that's my
A little
Discord.
bigger so you can see. Has some more numbers after that, D21? All right, and that's you, right?
Yes, that is my Discord.
Okay,
Name.
and Juliana is identified as Juliana, is that correct?
It appears to be.
Okay, so if we look at line 30, which I'll highlight for you here, February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2023, Juliana tried to break up with you, right?
Juliana broke up with me numerous times.
Okay, on this occasion, she said, I told you I'm seeing other people. We spoke about this already. I won't be going, speaking of this trip to New York that you were going to take with Valerie,
Yes.
right? I'm sure you two will have lots of fun, something to that effect, right?
Yes.
Okay. This upset you, didn't it?
No.
No? Okay. You beg her in the next several messages to please talk to you, correct? How are you? Do you want to talk? We can chat. We'll scroll up so you can see more.
And those are a different day, it appears.
Well, it looks like it's within hours. Yes, midnight happens and we've moved into another day, but you're still asking if you can talk to her, right?
That appears to be what it says.
Okay. Judge, I'd offer into evidence Commonwealth's 244, the Discord messages.
Any objection? Okay. All right, 244 in evidence.
And Judge, if that's been published, the jury will let it linger for a second, and then if we can, take it down. Judge, if we can move to display to the witness and to counsel, Commonwealth's 245. Mr. Banfield, I'm going to just scroll through it. Let me know if you recognize this letter.
Yes.
All right, do you recognize this letter?
Yes,
And this is your letter to Juliana,
correct.
written while she's incarcerated, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Is it fair to say that in this letter you profess your undying love for Juliana?
yes, it appears that I was definitely in love with her. Definitely starting in the summer of 23.
Oh, okay, so it was just before she was arrested that you were fully in love with her?
Well, that's when we had an opportunity to actually have a bit of a relationship. With other points were obviously very separated. I mean, I was still working a lot. Christina was obviously still around, and I was spending a lot of time with her. So it wasn't really until the summer of 23 that we had a lot of time together.
Okay, but in this letter, you're talking about the memories of times you spent together before Christine's death, correct?
It seems like some of them are before and some are after.
Okay, and the long hot cuddle, was that before Christine's death?
No, that was after. We rode a bike and went to lunch and got caught in the rain.
Okay, Judge, I'd offer this as Commonwealth's 245.
Any objection?
No.
245 in evidence?
And again, you described here in the very first paragraph-ish, you came here and we fell in love. But you're suggesting that love didn't happen until after Christine was dead?
As I said, that we did have feelings for each other prior, but I would not describe them as the level of feelings that I had for my wife of 19 years.
All right. Judge, if I can discontinue the display.
All right.
And if I can have Commonwealth's 246 shared with counsel and the defendant. Mr. Banfield, this one's 14 pages, so I'm not going to belabor this, but this is another love letter to Juliana. Is that accurate?
It looks that way.
Judge, I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 246.
Any objection?
I don't know that there's a foundation for him identifying it, Judge.
Microphone, just can't hear you.
Sorry, I don't know that he's actually identified it. I think he's just agreed with her
Oh,
statement.
I'm sorry. I thought he said, yes, this was his letter to Juliana. This is your letter to Juliana?
Yes.
All right, 246 in evidence?
And here you said that she's your gym partner, helped you to be the strongest in your life. You've never had a consistent partner before.
Yes, that was referring to a gym partner.
I am obsessed with your happiness.
Yes.
But again, all of this is after Christine
I mean,
had passed?
if you look at that, and also that I declared that she was a hero, because in my view, she saved my life that day. I think it's easier to fall in love with somebody that saved you.
I'm here. I am in shock.
All right. And I'm going to have you take a look. Judge, if we can pull this down. Commonwealth 247. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
All right. And this is another love letter to Juliana?
Yes.
All right. Judge, it offers into evidence is Commonwealth 247.
Any objection?
Okay.
247?
Y'all, my charger stopped working for my iPhone.
Okay. And if we can pull this down. I can have you take a look at Commonwealth 250. Do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
Again, you to Juliana?
Yes.
And in this one, you're discussing baby names for your future children with her?
That is something that she wanted to talk about.
Okay. Judge, I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth 250.
Any objection? 250 in evidence?
Talking about, oh my, Shut up, Brian.
All right. But you are contending, again, these feelings, these very strong feelings, these let's be together for the rest of our lives feelings did not exist when your wife was alive.
Correct.
Okay. And they certainly did not motivate you to kill your wife.
Joanne and I weren't even together
Oh,
when Christine died.
All right. You had broken up, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Did you need to kill your wife to get her back?
definitely not.
Okay. You've had multiple affairs, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And one of those affairs was with a woman named Danielle, who you met on a fetish site searching for sugar babies. Is that correct?
I would not call it a fetish site.
Okay. What would you call it?
An arranged relationship.
Okay. But you were looking for someone to be your sugar baby?
I guess. It was a relationship where they would already know that I was married. That was what I was looking for.
Okay. Another one of your affairs was with your best friend's wife. Is that correct?
No. First, he's not my best friend. Number two, they were not married. They were not even together at that point.
They were, is that your understanding of what they believed, or is that how you perceived their relationship? Did they think they were together?
I don't think so. My understanding is that she wanted to be with him and they were not together at that point.
Okay.
But no, they were definitely not married at that point or anything like that.
Okay. But you were married at that point.
Yes, I was married at that point.
All right. Thank you. Let's talk about Christine and her apparent decision to solicit someone to fake rape her. You would agree, you have not seen today, nor are you aware of any phone history, computer history, indicating that she was interested in this type of relationship prior to January of 2023, correct?
I was aware that she was interested in this type of thing, but I was unaware of the messages or that she was pursuing this again, as it had been many years since she had expressed those feelings.
Okay, but there is no internet history that you're aware of predating January 2023, correct?
I'm not, could you ask that a different way?
Okay. From what you've seen in court, she sets this up. She's using a profile picture from a gym bathroom with like a Barbie doll. I think it's an Ariel doll in the picture. And that's a photo that she sent to you on that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did she have any other pictures in her Facebook cache that she could have used that you're aware of?
I don't know.
Okay. You never looked at her Facebook?
Yes, I look at her Facebook, but I don't use social media very much.
Okay. You presented us with 20 plus pictures yesterday. Were any of those photos available to her? They all came from her Facebook page, correct?
I don't know where they came from. I didn't arrange for them.
Oh, okay. Those weren't your photos that you were sharing with us?
Some of them appeared to be my photos, but I don't know. Some of them, I believe, were my mother's. Some of them, I think, were Christine's. A lot of times, Christine and I, if we were to share photos, we shared them on Messenger.
Okay. All right. And in the pictures that you all had shared on Messenger, there was not a single other photo of Christine where she wasn't in a public bathroom that she could have used as her profile photo?
I'm sure she could choose whatever profile photo she would have wanted. I don't know why. I mean, it appears that she took the photo that day and used the photo that day for herself.
Okay. When these solicitations occurred between Christine and the other users on FetLife, she was looking for someone that she expected to engage with her sight unseen, correct? There were not to be any meetings in public in advance of this hookup, correct?
That is what the messages seem to appear.
Okay. And she was only doing this when either you or Juliana were home, correct?
It appeared to me that it happened when I was not home, based on what was presented today often.
Right, but Juliana was home, correct?
I don't necessarily know where Juliana was at those points.
You just know that you weren't there, correct?
Well, we went through lots of the evidence that showed that there was many times that I wasn't there. There was points that it showed that the messages were logged into from the CBRN email that Juliana states that she has no knowledge of, never logged into, doesn't know the password to. And so if Juliana is home, whether she is or not, the only other person that is home is Christine that
Right.
can use, that can.
But most importantly, you are not home, correct?
It appears that there was many messages that were sent while I was home and many messages
That's
that were
not what
sent
I
while I
asked.
wasn't home.
I am asking, you were not home.
There is both messages that from when I was home and when I was not home, it appears.
Okay. So the person that she picked again was one who was willing to come to her home, not a hotel, without any sort of public meetup first, as seemed to be the ask from most of the other participants on FetLife. Accurate?
I didn't read the other messages between other people.
Okay. And this person needed to be willing to bring a knife, correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't see an ask for the knife.
No problem. You were present for your daughter's birth. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, were you aware that Christine received medication to address her blood clotting disorder?
My experience is that she did not, that they tested her in her prenatal experience and that she did not require a medication for it, but they were going to monitor her for it during the delivery.
Okay, because you were aware she had a blood clotting disorder, correct?
I am aware that she has a blood clotting disorder.
Okay.
Oh,
When you set this whole thing up,
I didn't set this whole thing
I'm
up.
sorry, when Christine set this whole thing up, it was scheduled to occur minutes after her family was leaving the house at 7 a.m.-ish, correct?
I don't know what time her family was leaving the house.
Oh, you hadn't shared with her your plan to go to your meeting early the next morning?
I didn't have a meeting the next, I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Sure, the night before on the 23rd,
Oh, on the
right?
23rd, sorry.
When she is setting this up, she's scheduling it to occur at 7:20-ish a.m., which was going to be minutes after everyone had left the house to go to the zoo, to go to the big meeting, right?
That is what the messages seem to say.
Okay, and are you telling us that your wife was not aware that you had this big meeting scheduled for the 24th?
She was aware that I had the meeting scheduled.
Okay, and was she aware that the nanny was taking your daughter to the zoo?
It appears to me that she arranged for Juliana to take Valerie to the zoo. She got the parking tickets to take her to the zoo. She had planned it, I don't know, a week, 10 days prior.
Right, and the zoo opens at 8 o'clock and everyone's leaving at 7, but she scheduled Joe Ryan to come over at 7:20. Is that correct?
I don't know what time she scheduled exactly.
Okay. And you indicated that you were not aware that she had taken February 24th off until just the day before, right?
That is correct.
Okay, but that's not accurate because her parents were scheduled to come while you were going to be out of town the night of the 24th. Isn't that correct?
I believe they were coming in the evening and then she would already be back from work.
I see. So your expectation was that she was working that day, but their expectation and everyone else's expectation is that she would be home.
I don't believe it was ever stated that she was going to be home, that they were aware that she was going to be home. My experience was that she was scheduled to work until that day.
Her parents were coming for dinner.
I don't know if they were coming for dinner. I think they were traveling through. I don't know why they were coming exactly.
Okay.
Because I think they were going to Florida or continuing on.
Okay. And it would be your contention that on the morning of this planned tryst, she took her phone and turned it off herself and put it in the kitchen drawer?
I don't know. I did not see her turn off the phone.
Okay. You didn't see her with her phone at all. Did
I
you?
saw her with her phone in the morning when I was getting ready.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And she was on her phone in the morning when you were getting ready?
Yes, she had her phone in the morning,
And you said that was 6:30.
roughly. I mean,
Okay.
I was in and out getting ready in that morning, so it's hard to say an exact time.
So then would it surprise you if the digital forensics, Mr. Litsky's work would show that she was not on her phone at 6:30 or really any time before or after that with an
I saw her with her phone. It was on the bed. She had the laptop also on the bed.
Got it. Okay. So she was just with the phone, not using the phone.
Yes.
I see. Let's talk about what happened in the room that morning. You leave the house, you go to McDonald's, and you're in the bathroom there for 7 minutes. Is that correct?
I believe that's what the time showed.
Okay. And you don't leave the bathroom until Juliana calls you at 7:37. Is that correct?
I believe that's the time. I don't have the time in front of me.
Okay. But as you're leaving the bathroom, you don't call 911.
I did not.
Okay. And you don't tell Juliana to call 911.
No, I did not.
You don't run out of McDonald's. We've seen you on the video. You walk to your car.
I thought it looked like I was walking faster than normal.
Okay, but you're not concerned. You said at this point in time, you didn't have any reason to worry. You thought maybe she was just having an affair, another one, correct?
That was my original thought.
Okay, so out of curiosity, if she's having another affair, why are you going back to the house at all? Why didn't you tell Juliana just to go to the zoo with Valerie? Don't worry about it. It's just another affair.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be telling Juliana about Christine's affairs. That's not something I would discuss with her.
Why not? You're having an affair with Juliana.
We discussed basically nothing about Christine together. She didn't want to know anything about Christine.
Okay, so you're leaving the McDonald's, you're heading back home to catch your wife in the affair then?
I was very unsure of what was going on at that point. It went through my mind that it was possibly going to be an affair, but I did not know what it was.
Okay, so when you arrive at the house, you're saying that Juliana brings Valerie in after you to the basement, is that correct?
Yes, and she also said that she followed me later. She didn't say that I told her.
Okay, and at that point in time, again, you're still thinking you're just busting your wife having sex with some guy.
I did not know, once again, exactly what was going on. That was a consideration, that it was possible that she was having an affair, but I did not know what was happening at that time.
Okay, but be it catching her in an affair or this question mark something else that you haven't defined, why wouldn't you tell the babysitter to take your daughter back outside?
I believe that she was safe in the basement. I thought they were okay there. I did not perceive that they were in danger at that time. I told them to stay at the car. I don't know why she chose to come to the house.
Okay, but you're law enforcement and this is your house. You're not going to tell them what to do to ensure that they are safe when you have this doubt about what's going on?
I understand that. And it may have been a mistake that I didn't send them back out, and it's something that I've thought about many times.
Okay. You indicated that you haven't drawn your gun until you're on the stairs up to the bedroom and can hear what you think are sex noises coming from the bedroom. Is that correct?
No, I stated that when I was on the main floor, I believed that the noises were sex, moaning, things like that. But later on, when I was climbing the stairs, I had already changed my thought, and I thought that
This is a lot of info.
what I believe are strikes sounded too sharp, too.
Right, your mind
moaning.
changed. It
Yes.
wasn't sex anymore. Now it sounded bad.
Yes.
Okay. At that point in time, there's a lock on the outside of your basement door, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't lock the basement door, did you?
I'm not sure I've ever locked that.
Well, the lock is there, isn't it?
It was there when it came to the house. I don't believe I've ever used that lock at any point.
Okay, but it would have presumably kept your babysitter and your child from leaving the basement and following you, as we know Juliana did, up to the room where bad things were now happening, right?
I guess that's possible, but I never thought of that lock. It's not something that's in my general thought pattern, as it's not something we ever use.
Okay, so you followed your training and pulled your weapon and walked up the stairs with the gun out. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And when you turned and saw Juliana had followed you, at that point in time, you're worried that bad things are happening, correct?
Yes, I am.
Did you tell her to call 911 at that point?
No, I was moving quickly towards the door.
Did you tell her to go back downstairs and get your daughter out of the house at that point?
I wasn't worried about Juliana at that point. I was worried about Christine.
Okay, you weren't worried about your daughter at that point either then, right?
I don't think Valerie was on the top of my mind when I believed that Christine is being injured, and that was at the forefront of my mind.
So you get up to the room with your gun drawn and you see what's happening. You see Joe Ryan behind your naked wife with something metal in his hand. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, you yell police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't shoot.
No.
You did not yell for Juliana, who's behind you, to call 911.
I didn't know that Juliana was behind me or had climbed the stairs at that point. I had only seen her on the main floor leave at the door. I did not see her climb the stairs at that point.
Okay, but you told us that the foyer is this big echoey chamber that you can hear from anywhere in the house. If she's in the foyer and you're standing at the door, whether or not she's immediately behind you, if you yelled, call 911, she would hear you, wouldn't she, in this echoey foyer?
Yes, she would hear that.
Okay, but you didn't do that, did you?
I was focused on the tense situation that was in front of me.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask, just a moment while I log back in.
It's okay, lady. Calm down.
Judge, if I can have the witness and counsel take a look at Commonwealth's 251.
It's okay. Relax.
Mr. Banfield, is this the person that you saw when you entered the bedroom?
Yes.
Joseph Ryan? Yes?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd offer Commonwealth 251 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, object to relevance.
Overruled, 251 in evidence.
So this man, Joseph Ryan, planned to kill your wife, having left this completely discoverable trail on the internet. Is that correct?
I have no idea what his plans were.
Okay. So you think maybe he came for another reason and then at some point his mind changed?
I don't know.
Okay. Did he say anything to you that would lead you to believe that he stabbed your wife on the spur of the moment?
I mean, it appeared to be somewhat related to me telling him that I was going to arrest him. But besides that, I'm unsure.
Okay, well then let's nail this down. I thought you had said that when you entered the room, the knife is in his hand, the other hand's maybe on her neck, somewhere in her hair, and she's already bleeding, correct?
I believe that there was already blood in her hair.
Okay, so in your version of this, he had already stabbed her when you walked in the room.
I believe so.
Okay, and you then saw him stab her.
I guess I'm not sure. It could have been at that same time that he already has the knife to her neck. So I don't know if that he stabbed her before or that it was at that point that the knife is already to her neck, that the blood goes to her hair.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Let's go back then and talk about your testimony. You described that when you came in, Christine was moaning/yelled. You thought she was being stabbed. She went to her left, and it seemed he, Joseph Ryan, was putting forward movement. That's what you testified to, right? So that would be the first stab that you saw.
The knife is inside of her hair, which would be at the location of her neck. I can't tell. Christine was yelling and obviously in pain. So I might think that she was already had the knife pressed to her at that point.
So we know from the medical examiner, and you know because you got to hear it, that she was stabbed 7 times and then had an 8th cutting wound, correct?
Wow.
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay, and you've described for us that she's already bleeding and that you see a forward movement, which you can't really tell what happened, right? And then you told us a bit ago that there's an exchange between you and Joe Ryan. You tell him to let her go at least one more time after this exchange. And it appears that he forcefully stabs Christine. She spins away toward you and lands on her stomach on the ground. So there's one clear stab.
It's not towards me, it's away from me.
Okay. But that is one moment when you see Joe Ryan stab Christine, correct?
Yes, and then downward after she went to the floor. So
Okay, so you believe that's another stab?
I'm only positive of the 2.
Okay, so you've got 2. So there's 5 more. When did he stab her those other 5 times?
The knife is inside of her hair. I can't tell the movement. I can't tell how that is looking at that time. And I don't know exactly what happened before I arrived either.
Okay, well, she had to get 5 more wounds at some point. And you're telling us that when you get into the room, she's capable of speech, correct?
Yes.
Okay, she says a lot of stuff. She says that he's got a knife, right? Brendan, he's got a knife.
Yes.
She says that. And she says at one point that she wants you to put more pressure on her neck, correct?
Yeah, she told me to put my hand there, and then she put more pressure on my hand.
And then at one point, she tells you she can't see, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And all of this talking is happening with what at that point in time has to be all 7 of the wounds in her neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, if I can pull down the current display. Take a look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 23.
23 under seal.
I'm sorry, 22. I apologize.
22 under seal.
All right, and these are the wounds on the left side of her neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if I can have the witness and then jury take a look at previously admitted Commonwealth's 25, also under seal. And these are the wounds on the right side of her neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and she's chatting with you with these wounds in her neck, correct?
Yes, her voice is very hoarse. She was having difficulty speaking, but yes, she was talking to me.
Okay. But you know from having sat through this trial, what Hamlin's evidence is, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you know that he texted with someone on Christine's laptop that whole morning, correct?
yes.
And you know that he laid out his expected arrival time, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you catch that he stopped at Walmart on his way to your house and bought personal lubricants because your wife?
Object, she's
What's your legal objection?
talking about the case and she's having him corroborate what their case is.
I don't know what that legal objection is. What's the legal?
It's not relevant.
Overruled.
Don't worry, he went to Walmart.
I'm sorry, you're aware he went to Walmart, right?
Yes.
And then he bought personal lubricants for your wife, correct?
I guess, I
Who
don't
may or
know.
may not have been intending to murder, correct?
I don't know why he brought personal lubricant.
Okay. He left his car parked in your driveway in broad daylight, which you saw, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and he left his 2 cell phones in his car per the instructions that your wife gave him on Telegram, correct?
I guess. I saw the pictures on the floor. I didn't know where they were.
Okay. You said that you heard what you thought initially were sex noises, right? Okay, but we know from the physical evidence recovery kits that were taken from both Mr. Ryan and your wife that there was no semen, no DNA from Mr. Ryan found in or around your wife's genitalia, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So how long do you think passed between your instructions to Joe Ryan to put down the knife, let her go, let her go, let her go, and your wife is bleeding before you shot him?
Not that long, under a minute.
Under a minute. Okay, so if we were to count out 60 seconds, 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth, that would be a minute. And in that time, you did not shoot him.
I did not shoot him, and I did not shoot him prior to Christine going to the floor.
Okay, and at that point in time that she's going to the floor, we're at least 6 stab wounds in, right?
To the best of my knowledge, it's hard to see. Also, I'm aiming down my sight at Joe, and so I'm not focused exactly on Christine. You have a narrowed view when you're aiming down a firearm.
And you just couldn't pull the trigger, could you?
I was afraid.
Okay, and you are a trained law enforcement officer, correct?
I am, but I have, my shooting record is on the lower end for the qualifications, and there's not a lot, there's very little space there. And I was afraid of hitting her.
Okay, Mr. Ryan did not have a gun, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also had handcuffs, correct?
Yes,
You didn't use those to apprehend Mr. Ryan, correct?
looking back on it, I should have handcuffed him after my shot, would be something that I should have done looking back at it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about your weapons training. You said that you go to the range monthly to keep up on your skills. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say I go roughly every month, every other month, when I can.
Okay, so would it then surprise you that when you took Juliana in October of 2022, that you hadn't been since one time in April and one time in May of that year, and prior to that, not since 2020?
I was going to Blackfish Armory as my primary place. We had the Treasury Department had a contract with them, and I didn't have to pay for them, but the contract ended. And so then I went back to Silver Eagle Group.
When did the contract end?
I'm not sure, but Blackfish Armory actually went out of business. They were in Chantilly, so that was pretty close to me. So that's where I was primarily going prior to Silver Eagle Group.
Okay, but you were going to Silver Eagle Group in 2020, and then you went to Silver Eagle Group in April and May of 2022, and then in October and December when you took Juliana. So at what point in time did you transition to Silver Eagle Group?
Why don't you just look it up, lady?
I mean, I guess I came to Virginia in 2019, so I guess probably in 2019, 2020, 2021, sounds like I was probably going to Blackfish Armory instead of Silver Eagle Group.
Well, without speculating, what do you remember doing?
Well, if you don't want them to
That's not
speculate, look
something
it
that
up
I
yourself.
remember the transition exactly between the two.
Okay, why did you teach Juliana to shoot?
It was something that we could do together. It was, and in terms of many activities, it was something that was going to be out of the house. And generally when I could, or she could, we would do activities together. It was something I was already going to do, and she wanted to come with me.
Okay. And you gave her the code to your safe in your bedroom, correct?
Well, it was the.
She realized that it was the same code as the door when I was putting away my gear during the day.
Your babysitter picking up your code because she was able to see. You didn't think that was a good time to change the code?
It wasn't a concern of mine at that point. I didn't think about it. Also, I don't think I've ever changed the code after the initial setup. It wasn't something that was on my mind.
Okay. Is that part of your law enforcement training, that it's okay for people to have the code to your gun safe?
Who cares?
I'm aware that others in my department had family members that were aware that they knew the code, that they knew their codes.
Okay.
Is this a breaking time for lunch, or do you let me know? Okay.
I only have a little bit left, Judge. If I can have 10 more minutes.
That's fine.
I won't make everybody starve, but
Okay.
just a little bit. Thank you.
That's fine.
So you're also then not aware that Juliana hung up on 911 15 minutes prior to the call where you spoke to them?
My awareness was that she made that original call in the upstairs room.
She made the original call in the upstairs room, and where were you?
No, my understanding is that she actually made the call originally while she was in the basement.
Oh,
As per
not the
her.
upstairs. Okay. Okay, so you weren't there then, is your contention?
I never heard her make the original call. I never saw her make the original call.
And you certainly didn't tell her to hang up the phone?
No, I knew nothing about the original call until far later.
Okay, so while you are tending to your wife and exchanging hand placement with her over the wounds that we saw, you did not at that point in time use the towel, blanket, the sheet, or the other blanket to staunch the flow of blood from her neck?
It wasn't until I was instructed to by 911 to do that. Pressure is a different form of treatment that we were taught, and that is also what Christine was doing. I believe that was the best course of action at the time.
To put pressure on the wound that was so large that your finger went inside of it, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
God, lady.
And when first responders arrived, you agree you're on video holding her neck with your bare hand, correct?
I think so.
So where had the towel, the blanket, the sheet gone at that point after you were instructed by 911?
I think the towel was right next to me, but
It was under your knees, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I thought it was right next to me.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right.
Oh,
Go
good.
ahead. I assume it's going to take a little time for redirect. Okay, let's go ahead and take our lunch then. Don't discuss the case noted in the outside
Boy,
research.
she gets
See you back
way
here about
serious.
2:15.
It's too mad.
And
All
I'm
right,
just
do you
asking if they
want to
be,
redact the social security numbers?
That's fine. And I can provide the court with a redacted copy to
We'll
replace.
provide it with a redacted copy, okay?
Okay, awesome. 159.
159.
Thank you.
You get that? All right, that's all you have, Mr. Carroll?
that's all I have.
All right,
I have information. Judge, during the break, a gentleman approached one of our detectives in front of two jurors and asked if it was too late to testify. The detective instructed him at that moment to stop
Okay.
speaking, and they walked away, and that was the extent of
Okay.
it, but that would have been overheard by two of the jurors.
all right.
May we approach, Judge?
Okay, sure.
This is wild. Now they had a person. I think they're setting that up. Not saying he's not guilty, but somebody's setting something up. Because who would even want to involve themselves?
All right, are we ready for the jury then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think she's mad because some things were said she didn't want being said.
I don't want to resubmit to Shannon. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banfield, you were asked on cross-examination as to your decisions relating to calling 911. At what point did you feel like 911 was necessary?
I guess once I was in the room, I knew that 911 was going to be necessary.
And at the time that you realized that, were you capable of calling 911?
No, my hands were on my firearm.
Okay, and so when you're sitting in the room, you'd already confronted Joe Ryan?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and was there any other time that you were in a position to be able to call 911? When I was rendering aid, I had instructed Juliana to call 911. I believe that was the best course of action at the time. But you weren't able to call 911
Objection
yourself.
leading.
Sustained deleting.
What prevented you from calling 911 yourself?
I was rendering aid to Christine.
Now, Ms. Sands asked you if there was any information out there that related to fetish type behavior that you knew of Christine being involved in. And can you elaborate on your answer?
Back in New York, I know that Christine had an affair where she was involved in a BDSM relationship for a month or two.
And how did you know to talk to her about that?
She was in our bedroom in New York. I observed her with bruises, several of them on her body that I was unaware that she had previously.
And did you ask her about that?
Yes.
Did you have a discussion with her about that?
Yes. Originally, she denied it and said.
Objection hearsay.
You
Sustained.
can't say what she said.
Okay.
But you confronted her about it?
Yes.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you suggest she do after being told?
I suggested that we go back to therapy. At that point, I questioned her enjoyment of it. It was pretty emotional conversation.
And in fact, were those the things that you indicated that you were unwilling to do?
Objection leading.
What, if any, of those things? Why? Were you aware of the things that were related to this New York incident?
Yes, she had. Christine was interested in, I guess, sexual violence. She was a sexual assault nurse examiner. She did many examinations of both men and women that were in people that were injured, people that had a lot of people that were choked, people that were raped, some pretty graphic things. She used to bring some of her documents home, so I was aware that she seemed to look at them relatively often.
Okay, and so, and I'm sorry, can you tell me what year was this?
She was a sexual assault nurse examiner. This is an estimate, I guess, from like 2012 to 2017, 2018.
And the incident that you're talking about with regard to her experience, when was that?
An estimate to 2014.
And is it your testimony that's when treatment took place?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
When did treatment take place in relation to that date?
I believe that we went to counseling in 2013 and again in 2014.
And
Oh, yeah, I thought I muted it. Sorry, I'm back there banging on my eyes.
as far as you can tell, were there ever any other incidences where she was involved in something like that?
She had indicated that there was a.
Objection hearsay.
You can't tell what she said.
Okay. I'm aware that there was another brief relationship where she was stalked for a few weeks.
And were there? How were you alerted to that?
She was frightened of that person.
Were there any-
Objection non-responsive.
Yeah, overruled this one. Next question.
Were there any injuries related to her, relating to that situation?
No, I'm not aware that she was injured in that situation.
Okay, and the previous one that you talked about, were there injuries?
There was significant bruising to her legs, to her buttocks, to her chest.
Did you notice any physical changes in the way she carried herself as a result of that?
Objection leading.
Sustained?
What, if any, other physical clues were there that this was going on?
She had difficulty walking. She was walking very stiffly. Yeah.
Anything else?
I don't think-
Now, there was testimony that you testified that you broke up with Juliana prior to this incident, correct?
that she broke up with me.
I'm sorry, there was a breakup.
Yes.
And do you have any idea when that was in relation to February 24th?
I guess it was kind of complicated. She was very upset with me when Christine and I went on a vacation. We went on a cruise in November. I would say that started a lot of Juliana's anxiety and anger with me. On Christmas, she went to a hotel because she did not want to view Christmas with me and my family. She didn't want to see me, Christine, and Valerie together. In February, when Ms. Sands had brought up the messages, she had indicated that she was going back on dating apps, and that was going to be the end.
Okay, and you were trying to talk to her, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and so at the time that this happened, what was the status of the affair? And I'm talking about February 24th, 2003, at that time.
We were not in a relationship at that point. It wasn't that long that the relationship had stopped, but Juliana at that point had made it clear that we weren't going to be together any longer.
And so what, if anything, did you, when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan, did you feel like Christine?
Objection leading.
Sustained?
What did you think when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan?
That he was an imminent danger, that he was a threat to Christine, and that was the best way to stop his actions.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can have these to your attorney. Your next, okay.
Wait, we never started this. I have notes.
Wow, he didn't take very long, did he? I thought for sure he'd be up there for days. writing your love letters, Brendan? He said Juliana broke up with me all the time. Your water, Leah. So this must be the Zoom guy that we can sit and listen to her object.
He said 1 moment. He said 1 moment.
He just responded 1 moment, so. All right, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. All right, just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barrero. This is John Carroll.
Hi, John.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm going to try to start where we left off on the previous testimony. I believe we were talking about your methodology.
Yes, sir.
Now, you reference in your methodology critical listening, waveform, and spectrographic analysis.
Yes, sir.
Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
Yes, so critical listening is just a detailed, repeated auditory review of the evidence. It's using high-quality professional headphones on a forensic workstation and just reviewing the evidence in as detailed a way as possible with the ears. And that normally goes hand in hand with the waveform and spectrographic analysis, which is the visual representation on the screen of the audio that we are hearing through the ears. And the waveform is the squiggly line that everybody's familiar with. The spectrogram includes the frequency or the pitch, the individual frequencies that are present in the file, instead of just the amplitude of the sound wave in the waveform. You get the amplitude, you get the frequency or pitch also contained within the spectrogram.
And what does a spectrogram show us that our ears might miss?
So the spectrogram separates the sound into its frequency components. And so we'll see the individual frequencies that make up the sound. It's like deconstructing a symphony. You can see the individual instruments as opposed to just the sound altogether. So it really allows us to see through noise and overlapping sounds, and allows us to see audio details that otherwise you wouldn't necessarily be able to hear just with the ears. And it provides an objective measurement to use when we're analyzing an audio recording.
And sir, in your analysis, you discuss fundamental frequency and formants. What are those?
The fundamental frequency is the lowest frequency of a sound. Typically, if we're talking about a vocal sound or a musical sound, the fundamental frequency is what we would consider the pitch of that sound. It's symbolized as F0. It's the lowest formant on the spectrogram, and the formants that accompany that, they're the overtones. They're the resonant frequencies above the fundamental frequency that really gives the whatever the sound is, gives the voice or the instrument the unique sound, because those formants are created. They are a reflection of the unique shape and physical characteristics of the vocal tract or the instrument itself that created the sound. So the reason you can hear the difference between a piano playing middle C or a saxophone playing middle C, they're both playing the exact same pitch, right? Middle C is a defined pitch, but it's the overtones, or in this case, we're talking about the formants that actually give that sound its unique characteristics that allow you to distinguish the difference between a saxophone and a piano, for example.
And sir, you've received 2 audio files as part of your analysis, correct?
I did.
Okay, so there are 2 items in evidence. One is Commonwealth's exhibit number 1, which was the known 911 call. And we also have defense exhibit number 378, otherwise titled Lily 3, original. Have you reviewed both of those? Now, let's just look at the 911 call first. What, if anything, did you do regarding isolating a specific sound?
So for the 911 call, there's a sound after the dispatcher answers, which is really the only sound that I was concerned with. It's a short recording to begin with, but the sound in question is about 1.4 seconds after it's a 1.4 second clip after the dispatcher answers the phone. And so I used that 1.4 second clip for the entirety of my analysis of this tape. I didn't do anything else with, like, when the dispatcher answered the phone or the automated voice that comes on the line prior to the dispatcher.
Okay, and was this relating, were you analyzing based upon what you just explained to us, how you got to that 1.4 second clip?
Yes, so on the spectrogram, it's visually very visible in the spectrogram, as well as audible when you listen to it, that there's this sound in that 1.4 second segment. You can see the fundamental frequency at the bottom, the F0, and some distinct formants stacked above it. So that sound was easy to isolate audibly with the ears and easy to isolate visibly in the spectrogram.
And let's move on to the exemplar recording of the dog, Lily 3. What did you find regarding the fundamental frequency of that?
So there was a segment of the Lily recording that I also isolated and used for the analysis here. And the fundamental frequency for both the 911 call, that questioned sound on the 911 call, and the segment of the Lily recording, the fundamental frequencies were both in the low 200 hertz range. And then there were formants stacked above those in both recordings as well. And so I isolated each of those and put them side by side to compare not only the fundamental frequency, but also the individual formats that were stacked above that.
And what, if anything, did you do then?
So I found that in both recordings, the fundamental frequency was in the low 200 hertz range, and then I did look at the individual formants above that, and the specific the F1 and F2 formants. So the first 2 formants above the fundamental in both the Lily exemplar and in the 911 call, those first 2 formants were the highest amplitude. And then the other formants stacked above that kind of dropped off in amplitude. And they all lined up very well in the spectrogram, meaning the individual frequencies that made up these sounds were consistent from one to the other.
And what, if anything, did you create as a result of that?
So I created what I titled exemplar 911 concatenated.wave. And this was a file that I created using the isolated segments that I just talked about. So the short 1.4 second segment from the 911 call and the segment from the Lily 911, or I'm sorry, the Lily exemplar recording. I placed those side by side. So basically one right after the other in this exemplar concatenated recording, so that it could be compared audibly as well as visually in the spectrogram and with your own ears. And so when these two sounds are played back to back like that, you can hear that when they are played back to back, it's a consistent tone. It's a consistent sound that both audibly and visually with these two samples.
And these this concatenated wave exemplar of the 911 and the Lilly calls is something that you created based upon Commonwealth Exhibit 1, which has been moved into evidence, and Commonwealth and Defense Exhibit 378 that's been moved into evidence?
Yes, sir.
You're going to move in the concatenated wave as Exhibit 379.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
379 in evidence?
Your Honor, may I have permission to play?
Sure, do you need assistance? Because
I'm going to try to play. I always need assistance.
well, your laptop's not connected anymore to it.
Oh,
I have IT
okay, thank you.
in the courtroom
I'm fine,
because,
fine stepping away.
like, yes. Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Carroll.
As a technology person or not?
No comment.
So this one right here, exemplar 911.
Okay, and you're bringing attached to the system?
I think I am.
You have a...
The private investigator, he's invested, man. I'm for real gonna see this card.
It's just not.
The heck?
Okay, it's only a short one.
Just have to move the microphone down to the laptop. There you go. Okay.
So could you hear that?
Not really well, but I could.
Is there another way to hook into the system?
I don't think China heard it. Jump, Leah.
Could you hear that then, sir?
Yes, I can hear it. It's not great quality, but yes, I can hear it.
Sir, when you played these two sounds back to back, the known dog sound and the question 911 sound, what did you hear?
So the audio was consistent from one recording to the next. They sounded audibly consistent with each other, and like I said, visually they were also consistent in the spectrogram.
Now, is it possible to, using all of the tools that you have, to find a moment where the pitch of one sample is consistent with the pitch of the comparison sample, if you have a long enough exemplar?
So it might be possible, given a long enough recording, to find a moment where the pitch or the fundamental frequency matches simply by chance in a long recording. But that would just be one piece of the puzzle. Like I said, with the fundamental frequency, that's just the start of the sound. What really gives a sound its full character are all of the formants, sort of the overtones, like we talked about with separating the sound of with the sound of a saxophone. Those two instruments, if you have a long enough recording, their pitch is going to overlap a lot, right? They could be playing the same note at the same time, but they will never sound the same because of those overtones, because in this case, the formants make up the sound. So we're not just simply talking about the single pitch of the fundamental frequency happens to line up at one moment in the recording. We're talking about much more than just a single moment where the pitch matches, but all of the characteristics of the sound are also consistent. So the unique sound of this groan, we'll call it, that comes from those formants, not just the pitch. So yes, while it is technically possible that you could find a moment in any sufficiently long enough recording with sufficiently variable pitches where two pitches might match, that's really not what was done here. This is looking at the entirety of that that those two samples for the comparison, not just that the pitches happen to cross each other at a moment.
Now, based on your forensic analysis, have you reached a conclusion regarding the unidentified groaning sound on the 911 call and the known recordings of the dog Lily?
Yes, so I can say to a high degree of forensic certainty that the apparent groaning sound on the 911 call is consistent with the dog groaning sounds found in that exemplar recording.
And would your conclusion be any different if you were retained by the prosecution?
No, my conclusion would be exactly the same because my analysis is based strictly on the objective data, the spectrograms and the audio characteristics, not on which party is actually requesting the analysis. I tell everybody that hires me, I'm not an advocate for either side. I'm an advocate for the evidence. So my testimony would be, my conclusion would be exactly the same, no matter which side retained me.
Thank you, sir. Those are all the questions I have. The Commonwealth may have some questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barrera. Thank you so much for your time today again. Just a couple of questions for you.
Good afternoon.
Isn't it entirely possible that the sound that we hear in the background of the 911 recording could also have been a human making that noise?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. And you were given a 1 hour and 25-minute long segment of Lily, or sample of Lily, to compare to the 1.4 seconds of 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the approximately 5,100 seconds of Lily groaning, you found what I think I understand to be a 6-second sample that matched. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't characterize it like that because much of that exemplar, there was no groaning. There was only a few tiny segments in that whole sample where there was any groaning.
Okay. And this was titled Lily 3 audio. We heard the defendant testify that there were as many as 3 different samples created. Were you given samples 1 and 2 to compare?
No, I wasn't.
All right. Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Oh,
Mr. Barrero, just to be clear, the item Lily 3 was nearly an hour long, correct?
I don't remember the exact time, but yes, it was a much longer recording than the 911 call.
And it was recorded, or it was left recording in order to get
Objection
sound.
leading.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that there were numerous sounds on there, but not a continuous?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What did you find with regard to the Lily 3 recording?
There was a lot of relative silence, so no real sounds at all, just kind of background noise. There was some barking and whining and other sort of dog sounds, and like I said, just a few groaning sounds in the entire recording.
And when you choose your exemplar for purposes of your forensic analysis, you have specific goals in terms of making it a good comparison, correct?
Yes. So clearly, it wouldn't be beneficial to take the time to compare a barking sound with a groaning sound, right? Because those are immediately, obviously, not consistent with each other. So I specifically was looking for a groaning sound because that's what is audible on the 911 tape.
And no one directed you to the sounds?
Objection leading.
Did anybody direct you to the sounds that you ultimately chose in order to use as a comparison?
No, sir. I was given the entire file, and I chose the segment that I used for the comparison.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, your next witness?
Your defense rest.
Defense rests. All right, why don't we go ahead and take our break? Let's go ahead and take our 15-minute break before we do rebuttal evidence, okay? It's a little early, but that's okay. We'll come back at 3:15, okay?
oh my
Just don't
God, they
discuss
rested.
anything and don't do any outside research, okay?
But I can be so fast.
It's the longest thing. Okay.
Well, they're still at break. They'll be back in a minute. I still can't believe they've rested. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh boy. Do you think Miss Juliana's gonna get her a little break or what? Think they'll give her send home tickets, her plane tickets home? Do you think they're already bought? Might as well just send her home. Why keep her here in our prison? Send her home. Bye. See ya, Juliana Maglahese. I'm in shock that they arrested. I thought for sure. But the prosecutors, they have some witnesses, some rebuttals. So we ain't done yet, true crime friends. We are not done. This is not done. We are not done. Lots to do yet. Lots and lots to do. Have you guys been wondering what I'm doing? I like to freeze my electrolyte drinks and eat them as a slushie. Oh, it is so good. Except for this one's really frozen. Stick it in the sun for a little bit. Not that this sun's gonna be any good. Oh, BRB. And my cake smells fantastic. I don't know. I think he's still going to be found guilty. Found guilty of murder and sentenced for the rest of his life. And prison, you go. To prison, you go, go, go. Putting some cream cheese frosting on top of my cake. Woo-wee! If I could show you all what it looks like. Oh my God. I'll probably have a half a piece because that's all I can have anyways. Shouldn't even have that. That's some pretty good stuff right there. Oh, yeah. Holy cow. I gotta try a little piece. Yeah, it's the best cake I ever had. So I used evaporated milk, and I put some Nutella, chocolate Nutella, you know, the hazelnut. I put some honey, I put cinnamon, I put vanilla, and holy cow, it is so good. And cream cheese frosting. It's really good. Is this paused? I knew it. That's all right. They're not even back anyway. Tonight, my friend, I've known her for probably at this point about 10, 11 years. She got pregnant with her boyfriend. They already have a kid together, and she has a kid by someone else. She's going in to have her baby tonight. February 15 is her due date. But they're going to induce her 2 weeks early. Because I guess her blood pressure is really high. Well, I went to her house the other night and stood at the door and sat there and watched her chew her daughter out. I'm like, girl, no wonder why your blood pressure high. You better calm down. You better calm your little self down. Ooh. No wonder why your blood pressure is all high and stuff. She's like, my daughter wants to wear the same outfit every day. Okay, well, you about to have another one of them. She's having a little girl. She says, I'm scared. I said, hey, you weren't scared when you were making her. So you better get to working it. I've ate a lot of sugar today, guys. I'm so naughty. This better not be paused. Oh my God, why does it do that?
Want to renew my motions?
Would you want to wait till after the rebuttal evidence?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's give them a chance. Okay. Commonwealth's rebuttal evidence?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's been. Sorry. Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Detective Stephen Augustine.
All right. Detective Augustine?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
Oh boy,
Can you
her
please
tone's
state and
changed.
spell your name for the court record?
Sure. Detective Stephen Augustine, that's STEPHEN
Thank you, Detective Augustine. And can you tell us what it is you do for Fairfax County Police Department?
I've been a law enforcement officer for 24 years, the last 20 of which I've been with the Fairfax County Police Department. The last 12 years I've been a detective in the Technical Investigations Unit, Forensic Audio and Video Section.
Can you tell me about your training and education that led you to forensic audio analysis?
Sure. I possess a master's degree in audio technology as well as a master's degree in forensic science. Prior to my career here at Fairfax, I was a full-time instructor at American University in the audio technology department, teaching audio technology, electronics, and digital audio.
Have you previously testified as an expert in forensic audio analysis?
I've testified as an expert in forensic video analysis. I'm not sure if they qualified it as audio and video at the time.
All right. Is there anything about video analysis and your training for video analysis that differs or limits your ability as an audio expert?
No.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'm going to offer him as an expert in forensic audio analysis.
Any objection? Sure.
Good afternoon, Detective Augustine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carroll.
Sir, you heard Nick Barrero testify, correct?
I did.
Okay, and in terms of some of the concepts that he was talking about, are you familiar with those? Okay.
Yes.
And so you've worked with and you're familiar with spectrographic analysis?
Yes.
Okay, and how many times have you worked in that capacity in the audio side of things?
On the audio side of things, for the past 12 years, I've done all of the forensic audio examinations and analysis for the police department.
And does that work, is that related to, and have you used spectrographic analysis in all of them?
No.
Okay, so what are the circumstances where spectrographic analysis is utilized?
In this particular case, he used it to provide a visual representation of what the audio was, what the sound was. So you're able to visualize what the sound is.
And in your 12 years on the police force and
like
working in this capacity, have you done that before?
Spectral analysis?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Is that a tool that's used by people that are audio forensic analysis?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Have you used waveform as a methodology?
Yes, waveform analysis, yes. I'm familiar with spectrograph analysis as well.
Okay. But you've used waveform. For example, when you're doing what he did on a case, you're using tools. You didn't use spectrographic analysis in any previous case, but waveform?
Yes.
Okay. And so would that be something that you would utilize on a regular basis?
Yes.
Is that something that's crucial to audio analysis?
I wouldn't say it's crucial, but I think it's common across all the forensic audio software.
Now, did you hear him discussing fundamental frequency informants?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
Did you agree with that?
I agreed with scientific principles, yes, that he presented.
Now, in your analysis over 12 years, did you use those scientific principles of fundamental frequency informants?
Yes.
Now, in this instance, did you do an independent test regarding these sounds?
I looked at him via the waveform, but I was asked by prosecution to look at his exemplary report and comment on what he had provided.
So there was no analysis done with regard to the known quantities?
There was no further analysis done aside from critical listening.
Okay. Judge, I don't have an objection to him as an expert.
All right, so we'll move him in as a forensic audio expert.
Thank you. All right. Now that you're an expert, can you tell us about your analysis of the defense work in this case?
Sure. I don't have a copy of the work in front of me, but the first few pages are just stating properties that were used in his examination and his forensic analysis, which include waveform analysis, spectrographic analysis.
And did you draw any conclusions from your review of the materials regarding the likelihood of a, let's call it, match between the Lilly 3 sample and the exemplar from the 911 call?
I did not hear him state that it was a match. He stated in his testimony that it's consistent between the two samples, which I concur, but there's also some further explanation that I think.
What is the further explanation that you think is warranted here?
Would it be possible for me to see a physical copy of the report?
The entire report or just the spectrograph?
Spectrograph is fine.
Judge, if I may approach the witness?
You see this?
Yep, I'll give you one. Well, he's paying attention. There you go.
Thank you.
All right, so let's talk about this. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, what do you recognize it to be?
This is a concatenation, which is a fancy word for stitching of the two files, the exemplar and the 911 call.
All right, and specifically that type of demonstrative, what is that?
This is a spectrograph, which is what we had discussed.
All right, and that's the spectrograph that was created by Mr. Barrero, the defense expert, is that correct? All right, Judge, at this point in time, I would offer that as Commonwealth's. Forgive me, please, just a moment. Let me get to my exhibits folder. Judge, that would be Commonwealth's 252.
252, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
What?
I believe this would be hearsay for him. He hasn't done work on it. He's indicated he doesn't use it.
Not hearsay. I'll overrule the objection.
So what observations did you make in your analysis of the defense expert's work?
Sure. If I could clarify.
Foundation.
I can certainly ask some more questions if we need. Let's talk about that piece of evidence specifically. Are you aware of how it was created?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us how it was created?
Sure. The gentleman uses isotope audio, which is similar to Digidesign, Pro Tools. There's numerous software companies that have the ability to edit audio files. What he did here, as I stated, is he's using a visual representation of the sound file. So as you can see here, it showed the different formats, which he also stated as overtones or harmonics that are present within the sound signals, both sound signals.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would offer Commonwealth's 252 into evidence.
All right. Oh, overruled. All right, 252.
All right, please continue. What
Sure.
were your observations?
So my initial observations were that in the exemplar, aside from the fact that you had mentioned that there was over 5,100 seconds of audio, there was a 6-second sample that was used from the Lily WAV file compared to the 1.4 seconds that is shown here from the 911 call. Just to explain formats and overtones a little bit further than the other gentleman did, the fundamental frequency, which is the lowest frequency that he stated in this particular case, is 200 hertz. So what you would expect to see if you had a sound, if it wasn't coming from a signal generator or some sort of pure tone that illustrated a perfect sine wave, you're always going to have overtones. For example, in both of these, at this point, at this juncture point, they're both the fundamental tone, or F0 as he referred to it, as 200 hertz. What you would expect to find in any sound source minus a pure 200 hertz sine wave is overtones. Where those overtones occur, they occur on multiples. That's what he means when he's referring to formats. So here you have 200 hertz, your F1, your first format, 400, 600, 800. So the fact that two different audio files look similar because they're displaying the same overtones is normal for a 200 hertz sound if it's not a pure sine wave. And the other thing that I wanted to illustrate on this, can I fold this?
Please do.
Okay. So at the juncture point where he concatenated or stitched the two audio clips together, if I can demonstrate, if you can see this while I'm talking. This is a 7.5 second clip. The first 6 seconds for his exemplar, the dog Lily moaning. This portion, if you can see it, is 1.4 seconds of where he took it from the recording. So if I do my best with holding and lining up. I think you can see here. I'm trying to keep it still. Nothing lines up until it gets to that specific point in time. Something else that I noticed that the gentleman didn't mention in his testimony when listening to his exemplar, the concatenation of the two sound files, there was no delineation between the two files. So I looked at it on waveform analysis and zoomed in on the waveform so I could see if there was any separation between the two files. And there was no point that I could see where there was any sort of ending to the first and beginning of the last, which to me would reflect that what was likely used when concatenating the files is what's called a crossfade, an X fade. So as the first exemplar, the Willie file, fades out in volume, the other file, the 911 call, is coming in. So it's almost a mixture of both sounds, which makes it sound like one continuous file when you listen to it, when you hear the groan tail off into the 911 groan.
So what would we have heard differently if he had not used the crossfade?
Best practices, you would have heard a full 6 seconds of the exemplar, which start at varying pitch. There's quite a bit higher than the groan that's represented in the 911 call. And you would hear the point where they separate, and you would hear the two different ones to compare to.
Thank you. I'm going to shift gears here for a second. When were you asked to first examine these sound files?
I believe I received an email from Detective Bryant on September 29th of 2025.
Okay, so approximately a year and a half, almost 2 years after the murders were committed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you were presented with these clips, the 911 clip and the Lily clip, were you given any background information about the 911 clip to further your analysis?
No.
Okay. Have you ever had the opportunity to watch any of the recorded statements of Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
No.
Okay. And did you witness her testimony here in this trial?
I did not witness her testimony. It wasn't until yesterday that I was released from viewing or discussing the case.
Okay. So when you performed your analysis of the 911 recording, specifically the hang up, is it fair to say you didn't necessarily know what you were listening to? Absolutely. Did you know what you were listening to?
Sustained. I knew what case it was affiliated with, yes.
Sorry, say that again for
I
me.
knew what case that it was affiliated with, yes.
Did you know if anyone was expected to speak in that recording? Did you know
No.
what to listen for?
No.
Okay. And how did you perform an analysis of that 911 hang up call? What did you do with it?
I put it into Avid Pro Tools, which is audio software very similar to Isotope, what the other gentleman was using. And I looked at the waveform, and I did a waveform analysis and critical listening of the files.
And based on the waveform analysis and critical listening, what did you observe?
I observed, audibly, I heard the 911 telephone call and the computerized voice that's referred to at the beginning. And the operator asks, "Where is your emergency?" And upon inspection of the waveform, I saw that there were sounds present prior to the groaning sound that is heard on the 911 call.
Okay, so you're indicating in between the cessation of the 911 operator speaking and the beginning of the groaning, you heard something or you saw something.
Correct.
Okay. Did you dig into that?
I did. So what I did is I separated that portion of the audio where I thought I heard something, and essentially in Avid, it's called clip gain. And on that one portion of the 911 call, I was able to raise the volume of what was heard just prior to the groaning.
And were you able to make out a human voice?
I heard what I believe to be a human voice, yes.
And what did the human voice say?
The best visual way to represent it that would make it understandable.
Okay, and was there any effort at making a presentation to support whatever your conclusions were today, other than folding the paper?
No, this is all I was presented with and instructed to have my comments on.
And when were you presented that?
I believe I stated September 29th is when Detective Bryan sent it to me.
So, okay, so let me understand this.
Sure.
So you were just given one picture and asked to make an analysis?
I was given a complete report from the gentleman's forensic analysis, and I reviewed the entire report.
Gotcha. And did you prepare a report?
I did not.
Were you asked not to?
I was not asked to prepare a report. I was asked to comment on his findings.
Would it be best practices in the world that you're in to have prepared a report to something?
I'm going to object. It's argumentative and irrelevant.
Overruled, good.
Speaking about best practices, would it
Yes,
have
sir.
been best practices to create a report with whatever findings that you wanted to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
If I was instructed to do my own analysis, a separate report from this, I would say yes, but as reviewing this as a rebuttal witness, I didn't believe it to be necessary.
But you work for the Fairfax County Police Department.
Correct, sir.
So they could have asked you to do an analysis on your own.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained at this point.
You have the capacity to do a full analysis if you were asked, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall who got you involved?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
Was it Detective Bryant?
Objection.
Sustain the objection. I'll sustain the objection.
I don't have any further questions,
All
Judge.
right, redirect.
Nothing, Judge. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness,
Patrick Smith.
Patrick Smith. Sure. Want to come forward, sir?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Thomas Patrick Smith, ThomasPatrick, SMITH.
Thank you. You can pull the mic just a little bit closer to you. Thank you. Do you know Mr. Banfield?
I do.
Okay, and in what capacity?
I'm a special agent with IRS Criminal Investigation, and Mr. Banfield was previously employed with IRS Criminal Investigation at my office in Vienna, Virginia.
Directing your attention to February 23rd and 24th of 2024. In that time period, was he your direct supervisee?
2023?
I'm sorry, 2023.
Yes, on February 24th, 2023, I was the acting supervisory special agent for the Vienna group.
All right, and so did Mr. Banfield report to you?
He did at that time, yes.
All right. Was there anyone else that he reported to during that period of time?
Julia Jones was the permanent supervisory special agent, but she was out of the country, and IRS practice is that someone is designated to be the acting supervisor when the supervisor is unavailable. So
Right.
in that particular time, I believe I was the acting supervisory special agent from February 15th through February 24th. Juliet returned on Monday, February 27th.
All right. To your knowledge, was there a meeting scheduled between yourself or with Juliet and Mr. Banfield on the morning of February 24th, 2023?
All right, leading.
Sure.
Sustain the objection.
Did you have any plans for the morning of February 24th, 2023?
I did. I was in Baltimore on an unrelated undercover operation on that morning.
Were you scheduled to meet with Mr. Banfield?
I was not.
And again, I'm sorry, where was Juliet, his other supervisor?
She was out of the country.
Okay. Mr. Banfield testified that he was meeting with his manager. Is there another person that could have been?
As you go up the management chain, we have an assistant special agent in charge. His name is David Meisenheimer, and we have a special agent in charge, Kareem Carter, and they were both in, I believe, Georgia at the time. Because
And Georgia, the state, not Virginia.
Correct.
Okay. Within your industry, is it commonplace to appear for career? Sure thing.
All right, Stain.
How does one dress in the IRS when they are approaching a business meeting that is imperative for their success and potential promotion?
Well, we could say that when I have important meetings, I dress in a semi-formal or formal, like suit and tie, or at least, nice slacks and a shirt.
Would jeans or tennis shoes be acceptable?
I have never worn jeans or tennis or sneakers or tennis shoes for important meetings.
You have to put your microphone on, Mr. Kira. What's your objection?
Objection to the relevance of this. He's indicating what he does.
Overruled.
All right, thank you. Did you speak with Mr. Banfield on the morning of February 24th, 2023?
I did not.
Okay. Were you surprised that he wasn't there at 8 o'clock?
Again, I was in Baltimore, so I wasn't there, but I was surprised when I received a phone call indicating that Mr. Banfield had discharged his weapon and there were two deceased persons, which, as you would imagine, that triggered many responsibilities as the acting supervisory special agent too.
Understood. Just as a law enforcement professional trained by the IRS, do you share your gun safe code with your family members?
Objection, Your Honor, it's not relevant and it's
All right,
leading.
sustain the objection.
All right, thank you. Nothing further. Please answer any questions council might have for you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, sir. Tell me your name again.
Special Agent T. Patrick Smith.
Okay. And you were, as I understand it, you were the special agent in charge while Juliet Jones was gone out of the country?
No, I was the acting supervisory special agent.
Okay. And so that was something that she put you in charge of, or someone higher than that?
I believe she was able to designate, but I would have to check for sure. But I'm sure she had management upper management approval for who she designated as the acting supervisory special agent.
Okay, so so you said something like what happened where he discharged his firearm and there were 2 people dead. That caused a lot of work for you?
When I was informed by the Fairfax County detective as the acting supervisory special agent that one of the agents in the group had discharged a weapon and there were 2 deceased persons, then yes, we had to contact upper management, which I did. We had to process the Treasury Inspector for Tax Administration, which we call TIGTA, is essentially our internal affairs. They have to be notified. They do an investigation to determine if the discharge of the weapon was appropriate.
Okay, I guess my question was it extra work for you?
Was it extra work for me?
Yeah, isn't that what you just said to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that when this situation arises, it becomes a great deal of work for the person who's the acting special agent?
Well, yes, I had to make several phone calls. I had many conversations with people that I would not have had if there hadn't been.
Okay. Now, did the Fairfax County Police know that you were the acting special agent in charge?
I can't really speak what the Fairfax County Police knew, but I did speak with a detective from Fairfax County Police.
Who was the detective you spoke to?
I don't recall the detective's name.
Did you ask him his name?
I knew it at the time. As we speak now, I don't recall.
So there was no report that to the people that you called and people that you told about
Objection
this?
calls for speculation.
Overruled, if you can answer it.
There was no report that you created to talk about this situation, which made a lot of work for you, where you would put in the detective's name?
I definitely provided that information to upper management, and if I could access my emails, I'm sure that's in there.
So in your capacity, did you stay within the Vienna office after that when Juliet Jones came back?
Did I stay?
Yeah, were you still in the Vienna office when
I currently am still in the Vienna office.
Okay, so from that time until now, you're still in the Vienna office?
Yes, that's my permanent post of duty. I was there before that day as well.
Now, there were 6 people that were interviewed relating to TIGTA interviews. Actually, I'm sorry, there were 8 people that were interviewed. Do you know the name David Meisenheimer?
Yes, he was the assistant special agent in charge.
Were you aware that he was interviewed by Detective Vesser of Fairfax County?
I don't.
Okay.
Necessarily know, but.
Do you know Lawrence Flagg?
I do. He's another agent who was assigned to the Vienna POD on that time.
Okay, and were you aware that he was interviewed as well by Detective Vesser?
I believe he told me he was interviewed. I don't know. He disclosed the name of the detective.
Now, do you have team assignments in terms of the IRS?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Is there someone named Carrillo that has a team in the Vienna office?
Carrillo?
Yes.
I don't recognize the name. Can you spell it? Maybe it's the pronunciation.
Carrillo.
I don't recognize that name.
Okay. Would it surprise you that Juliet Jones, who actually wasn't even there on that day, was interviewed by the Fairfax County Police Detective Vesser?
It would not surprise me that Julie Jones was interviewed. She was the supervisory special agent.
Now, Detective Carter from the Fairfax County Police, did you have contact with him?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, there were interviews conducted by him to Bernarda Jackson, special agent.
Objection. Counsel's testifying. Needs to ask a question.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Bernarda Jackson is another agent in the group, yes.
Okay. And did you know that she was interviewed relating to my client's case?
I can't recall if she told me that or not.
Okay. How about Richard Daniels, who's a special agent?
He's another.
You know that Detective Carter had interviewed him about my client's case?
I think Special Agent Daniels did mention that, yes.
Okay. And Philip Hammond, do you know that person?
Yes, I know Special Agent Hammond.
And did you know that he was interviewed by Fairfax County Police Detective Carter relating to my client's case?
I believe he also told me he'd been interviewed, yes.
Okay, so you knew about that?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you heard all these other people were being interviewed, did you ever say, well, hold on, I was the special agent in charge for a period of February 13th to February 24th?
February 15th.
February 15th to February 24th. You didn't raise your hand and say, what about me?
I did.
And so they chose not to interview you?
I'm not exactly sure what happened, but
Okay.
I was out of town the week that the interviews took place in our office.
Oh, so you're aware of these interviews. What week did that occur?
I'd have to look at my calendar. My best guess, things like you have it, is March 2024.
Okay. How about Detective Lynch from Fairfax County interviewing Justin Williams, a special agent?
Justin Williams is another agent in the group.
Did you know he was interviewed?
I think he told me he was.
Okay. And these would have been, other than Juliet Jones, these would have been people who were subordinate to you, correct?
At the time I was acting supervisor special agent, technically, yes. I mean, I view them as coworkers who are all special agents.
Okay. So you're all on the same line unless you get dubbed the acting special agent.
Correct.
Okay. And finally, Kevin Farley, do you know him?
I do. He's another agent in the group.
Okay. And the interviews that were conducted were relating to relationships of Brendan Banfield. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
Marriage problems with Brendan Banfield. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
Rumors that were going around in the IRS. Did you hear about that?
What rumors?
In the context of these interviews, they were being asked if there were rumors.
I have no recollection of being told of that, no.
They were talked to, the individuals were all spoken to about schedules that occurred in the Vienna office. Did you know about that?
An interview that I was not present at, I don't know what was discussed.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. I mean, you were the special agent in charge.
I was not when these interviews
Objection,
occurred.
argumentative.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Now, there was discussions in these interviews about the types of cases that everybody worked.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained. Next question.
Do you know what these interviews were about?
I do not know what occurred in an interview I was not present at, no.
Okay. So you were there and for 2 weeks in that capacity, correct? 15th to the 24th.
Again, I was acting supervisor special agent for the Group 1 of the Washington, D.C. field office from February 15th, 2023 to February 24th, 2023.
Okay. And in that, you're coming in here to this courtroom in that capacity to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that, I guess, there are issues with that you dress a certain way. Is that right? When you're going to the office?
Are you asking me how I dress when I go to the office?
Well, no, you've already testified to that, but you're here testifying. And one of the things that you've said is that you dress in a different way than what was described of my client when he was going to the office on February 24th.
That is correct.
Okay. And you indicated you were in an undercover operation, correct?
I was assisting with an unrelated undercover operation in Baltimore, Maryland.
And undercover operations have its own command staff outside of the Vienna office, isn't that right?
I don't know that I would characterize it like that.
Okay. Are there undercover command staff that handle undercover operations that aren't in the people that I just listed off to you that were interviewed?
I'm unclear in your terminology, but yes, there are people we have a whole special investigative techniques group that's involved with undercover operations.
And they would be the people that if you have an undercover operation and you're talking to an undercover person, that you would be working with them, correct?
Not really, no.
Okay. In your undercover operations, when you're interviewing an undercover operative, do you into the office to talk?
I don't interview undercover agents. I'm confused. I'm a lead tech agent for the Washington DC field office. So the traditional undercover.
I'm here, but all Leah's been doing is barking. Oh, my God, she's so annoying today.
Operation where they get wired up and they have equipment and they're covertly.
Also, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the live. And don't forget to go over and join the Verdict Watch, where later on we'll be over there talking about this case.
Recorded. That is my job. So I'm involved with that, and then preserving for the chain of custody the evidence that's obtained during that meeting.
What about undercover operations that deal with other issues, relating to IRS criminal investigations?
Judge, objection is to form. I don't think the question makes any sense.
Rephrase.
What about undercover operations that would deal with specific areas of criminal fraud? How are they handled?
I've only been involved with undercover operations conducted by IRS criminal investigation.
Okay.
And they've virtually all involved fraud. So.
And so the undercover operations that other people do, are they different than what you're within the IRS?
Judge, objection is to relevance. I'm not sure where we're going with this at this point.
I'm just trying to get to the background, get to his background, Judge.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, sir, would you have known where Lawrence Flagg was on the 24th of February, 2023?
I do, because he told me.
Okay, were you keeping track of him otherwise?
Yes, we were in regular contact throughout that day.
Okay, and that was because of the incident that occurred at the Banfield house, correct?
Correct.
Prior to the incident happening, would you have been in contact with Lawrence Flagg on a regular basis?
Can you define regular basis?
Well, you tell me, how often do you have contact with him?
He's an agent in the group. As a regular agent in the group, I would see him probably whenever we were both in the office. As a supervisor, I would have contact with him as needed.
And so how many times did you have contact with him as a supervisor during that week?
I cannot recall the days before February 24th, 2023, but on February 24th, 2023, I had many phone conversations with Lawrence Flagg.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect.
Okay, just for clarification, was Lawrence Flagg Mr. Banfield's supervisor?
No.
Okay, and Mr. Banfield testified that he had a scheduled meeting with his manager. That would have been yourself or Juliet Jones, is that correct?
Those are the only two people that have been his manager. Yes.
Okay, and she was out of the country and you were in Baltimore and not planning on meeting him, correct?
Correct.
Okay, nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, sir, you're free to go.
Judge, may I ask one more question?
No, sir. We're done. All right, you're free to go, sir. All right. Your next witness?
Commonwealth arrest.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the Commonwealth has arrested the rebuttal evidence. So in other words, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this case. So what I'm going to do, we have some housekeeping matters to take care of. So what I'm going to do is release you early today. And what we'll do is when we come back at 10 a.m. tomorrow, you will hear closing arguments and then the case will be handed over to you. Okay? All right. So have a good night. Do not discuss the case. Do not do any outside research, please. Okay. Thank you.
Wait, he could have asked a question, man.
Hold up. Do you know which count we're striking?
All right, Mr. Carroll, now your motion.
Yep, cool.
Your Honor, renew my motion to strike previously given. In addition,
Right. Just, thank you.
I'd renew my motion to strike previously given at the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, expecting that evidence would come to light regarding the investigations in this case. It would come to light regarding anything that would appear other than the co-defendant, who has every possible incentive to tell the story that the Commonwealth has asked her to tell. Once again, not in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, we're here at the end of the evidence. The testimony by the co-defendant, who appears to tie everything together for the Commonwealth, essentially was a story that, when pushed and questioned, couldn't do anything but say, I don't know. And in fact, at one point, as I asked questions regarding details, and as we know from listening to the lengthy evidence relating to digital forensics, the lengthy evidence relating to blood stain pattern analysis, these require details. And this Commonwealth's case is entirely devoid of details. You've heard from many detectives who were in the defense case, specifically Detective Miller, who was their expert, the expert that they chose not to use. And in that, he indicates that the data, he still stands by the data relating to his executive summary. The only thing that changes is that Juliana Perez and Michael Hayes decided to come forward. Once again, if someone's coming forward, there has to be some sort of way to test their knowledge, test their timing, test by the dates that are crucial to this case. And in every, despite the fact she walked through with the Commonwealth whatever the story was going to be, she couldn't answer any other questions, or she wouldn't answer any other questions. Judge, with all due respect, it was my position, and we did it. We put on the evidence through the Commonwealth's witnesses, and many of them are in absolute conflict with what she said. This whole entire case rests on her testimony, and rests on her testimony relating to the timing of her trial, the timing of her the health illness, the timing of Brendan's arrest, and the timing of her feeling like she'd lost the ability to defend herself because of whatever she says about her lawyer. I'm not saying that's true, but it was certainly something that she was thinking of. In fact, we saw numerous messages where she talks about almost giving up hope, because if he asks for another continuance, then I don't know what I'm going to do. And so, Your Honor, given all of those facts, and no longer in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, I'd respectfully suggest that Your Honor strike this case. In addition, the motion to dismiss relating to NAPU, it still even more so relies upon what I believe to be testimony that's not truthful, and can be shown, and has been shown to be not truthful in numerous ways. And I'd respectfully ask that you consider the motion to dismiss.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, we have met our burden. It's appropriate that the case be submitted to the jury. Thank you.
All right. Well, in this matter, not weighing the evidence, but the evidence that's before the court, there is a scintilla of evidence for each of the counts There's 5 counts in 2024, 666, and there's 2 counts in 2024, 873. And there is evidence that can go forward to the jury. The weight that they put on it at that time is up to them. And and as far as the dismissal under NAPU, I again will deny that motion, as I don't find it as as a matter of law that the co-defendant's testimony is incredible. Again, that weight goes to the jury. So based on those statements and what was stated in the record for the previous motion to strike, your motions are denied. Okay. All right. So jury instructions.
Your Honor, initially, if the Commonwealth may be heard, and I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Bristler because she has the indictments pulled up. As I'm sure the court knows, the Commonwealth cannot proceed with sentencing on both an aggravated murder within 3 years, as well aggravated murder for commission at the same time. At this point in time, we would elect to go forward on aggravated murder for 2 offenses committed within 3 years. And between the 2 child endangerment and abuse and neglect, we have elected to move forward with endangerment. Ms. Frissler can address which.
Okay, just so I get this straight, I mean, the case law is that both Section 7 and Section A can go back to the jury.
They can, and then if they find guilty on both.
Sentencing, I just sentence on one.
Correct. We, at this point in time, feel that it would be less confusing for the jury to simply submit
It's your
on
case, so.
the offenses that we believe we've met the burden of proof for.
Okay, so which ones are you going forward on then? I guess that's Ms. Bristler, sorry.
Judge, we, in case number ending 666.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
So Judge, if we strike counts 1 and 2, those being the aggravated murder charges within the same transaction.
Count 1 and 2?
Yep.
When you say strike, do you mean dismiss?
Yes.
I assume no objection? All right, count 1 and count 2 are dismissed?
Yep, that would leave us with counts 3, 4, and 5 in that case number.
Okay.
Then Judge, if we look to case number ending in 873.
Okay.
And in that indictment, if we look to count 2.
All right.
Count 2 would be the
child abuse.
Abuse and neglect.
Yes, that would be the one that we would strike.
So you're striking count
Dismiss,
2, or dismissing count 2?
Yes.
Any objection to that? All right, so we just have count 1 of 873, which is child endangerment, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so based on that, we need the charging instructions then for the 2 Okay, here's the next question I have for you. So count 3 and count 4 are legally the same. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the charging instruction for aggravated murder, you're just switching the names, but it still have to find premeditated murder, correct? For both of them. So what's the difference between count 3 and count 4?
One is for the murder of Christine, one is for the murder of Joseph Ryan.
Well, but it's aggravated murder, so it's one charging instruction for both of them. The only reason it's aggravated murder is the killing of 2 people.
Correct.
Okay, so how can you have different charging instructions where you're just flipping the names? The one charging instruction would involve both murders.
And Your Honor, the way we drafted them was to say exactly what you just said, to flip the names. One is for the murder of Christine Banfield and one is for the...
In order to have aggravated murder, you have to have 2 murders.
Correct.
So the charging instruction has to have both murders on the charging instruction, right?
Yes.
Do we want to look at the model jury instruction?
And we used the model jury instruction.
Right, so how can you have 2 of those?
If Your Honor does not, then we couldn't... Is Your Honor suggesting that we couldn't have 2 instructions or that we can't have 2 indictments?
Your 2 indictments are proving exactly the same thing. I mean, how is that possible? It's not for the murder of one and murder of the other. Aggravated murder is 2 murders. So you have one I thought, it's your case, I thought it was what aggravated murder for 1 for 3 years, aggravated murder for 1 in the same transaction. But that's not what you're doing, which is fine. But
I understand.
I don't see how you can do 2 separate aggravated murders when you have to put the 2 murders in for aggravated murder.
I understood. And I see
waterfall instructions are different.
Sure.
Because you have first degree murder in one,
and then it
first
splits
degree
apart.
murder in another.
Right. And that's how we've written them, is to have a waterfall for each, so that if they find one can be, if they,
What's the difference between the two aggravated murders, though?
Judge, I can look up some case law on this and take a minute, figure out the
Sure,
answer to your
if
question,
you'd-
because I
if
don't
you'd
think
like
I
to, I think I have it tackled here. I mean, aggravated murder for your section that you're going under is number one, that the defendant killed name of both people.
Sure.
And number two, that the killings, plural, were willful, deliberate, premeditated. And number three, that they happened in a 3-year period.
Okay, understood. But then the indictment couldn't stand as 2 counts either.
Well, that's what
That's where
I'm
that's what you're trying to tell me.
Okay. The one for the same transaction can go back as subsection 7, and the one for subsection 8 can go
Sure.
back as 2 different aggravated murders. But how can you have 2 under subsection 8 going back as 2
But then what
aggravated
do we
murders?
do, how does the waterfall instruction read when you believe that he killed Joe but not Christine, and
Well,
can then
that's why you
find-
have to do a different waterfall instruction.
So what I was understanding Your Honor to suggest was that there would only be one indictment and one instruction for aggravated.
Right. And
But
then
wouldn't we then need 2 separate instructions?
Right, or if you find that he only murdered Christine Banfield.
Right.
At first degree, and you have to go down that, or move on to the next, you only found that, it would be the.
But at what point do they diverge, right? Because if you don't
After
find
aggravated murder.
aggravated, do you then have a separate instruction for first degree for both? If you find Christine but
Basically,
not
it would-
Joe,
it
and
would
if
be
you
the
find Joe but
waterfall.
not
If you
Christine?
have not found aggravated murder, period,
Okay,
then you may
Right.
find first degree there, first degree here.
right.
Is this making sense?
It is. No, I'm absolutely tracking what you're suggesting. I think that's not the way we've done it, though. So we should probably,
I just don't see, and I'll give you time to go look at some case law and see how 2 aggravated murders, because the only reason it's aggravated murder in this case is there's 2.
right, because there's 2 people.
Right, so I don't see how 2 counts of the same of 3 years goes to the jury when it's just the 2 people.
And I'll admit, Judge, I was just sailing with the indictments the way they were presented, with 2 counts of each, 2 counts of within 3 and
I
2 counts
understand.
at the same time. I will need to look into this to determine what the next
Sure.
step forward is.
That's not a problem. I mean, would you rather do this in the morning then?
Yeah, just to make sure that I have the correct answer rather than,
That's fine. I
Okay.
think that's fair. Do you have any objection to that, Mr. Carroll? Or anything you want to add to the conversation?
No, Your Honor, we were chatting, and so I'm fine with looking into it.
Well, if you want to, and maybe I'm going down the wrong rabbit hole, but
I-
it's just,
Your Honor, I think it bears looking into. I think
Okay.
you raise a good point. If we can, however, then not yet strike counts from the
Okay,
indictment,
that's
we may
fine.
still come back to that same position, but
okay,
we
that's
can
fine.
preserve.
We can do that. So we can get this figured out.
Okay.
And if you come back tomorrow and that's what you want to do, that's fine. I'm just trying to
Okay.
keep a clean record here.
Understood. I appreciate that.
Look, can we have the 9:30 motion, so you want to meet at 9? Is a half hour going to be enough time?
That should be, because we will speak in advance of court tomorrow.
Oh,
and
that
have-
would be, it's music to my ears if it's true. Okay, that would be fantastic. If you
Yes,
could meet ahead of time and maybe agree, whichever way you end up going on them, and we can have those charging instructions tomorrow for whichever
Yes, ma'am.
you go for. I'd appreciate it. Let's meet at 9 then. Let me go let Jamie know we need a court reporter for 9. Okay, great. And we'll be good to go. We'll see you at 9. Anything else at this time then?
Yes.
Oh.
This case, my case is no longer obviously subject
Okay.
to enrolled witnesses. I think we need to let the jail know so that she can be returned
To her.
Okay,
Yes.
to wherever she's returned
She
to.
was-
to not segregation.
She was
Oh, okay,
segregated.
okay,
Yes.
so yes, so she has been released, so we'll do a jail card or something to make sure that's taken care of.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right, anything further?
No,
All right,
Judge.
All right, we'll see you at 9 a.m.
All rise.
in the last 24 hours, more information has come out in terms of documents out of the Franklin County Court in regards to the arrest of Michael McKee, the ex-husband of Monique Tepe, who is charged in the murder of
I'm sorry, y'all. I was going to the bathroom. I didn't even know it was over. Ugh. Well, anyways, that was an interesting day. So tomorrow we'll have closing arguments and then reading of the jury instructions, and then we'll take the case. So that's it, y'all. There's nothing more to do besides my dog bark my ear off. I hope Gavin doesn't sock me, because I don't know how to edit it. I really don't. I don't know how to get it off there. But anyways, if you enjoyed the live, please like, share, and subscribe. Stay safe. Sorry, my dog. I'll just go. All right, have a good night.